Hello everybody, welcome to the February 2022 Tarot Card Readings. Thank you so much for being here. If you're new to my channel, my name is Jane. We're super excited to have you join us. I'm so sorry for the delay on these. I know that it is, we're almost through Aquarius season. I just was not well. My health was not doing well. And I did not have a lot of energy in any capacity. But we did still squeak these out, so we did still get them. So hopefully there is still something useful and relevant and, insightful in some way, shape, or form in these readings for you. Timestamps for each zodiac sign are found in the description box in the comment thread down below, so you can quickly access and jump to whichever zodiac sign you're interested in watching. All right? Thank you guys so much. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello Aquarius, welcome to your February reading. Thank you guys so much for being here, and just want to wish you a very happy birthday to all of you Aquarians. Hope you guys have an amazing birthday. Get to do something really fun for yourselves. So let's go ahead and get started with the King of Cups. Now, this is a Scorpio energy, which Scorpio rules your 10th house, right? So there's this quality of power, dominance, authority, being in control, being in a place of what I'm hearing is efficient energy distribution. That's what I'm hearing, efficient energy distribution. There are going to be, look, I'm going to skip ahead because I feel like the most important cards in this whole reading are these two right here, a 10 of Wands and an 8 of Cups. Because I think that's the essence of what February is going to be about for you, which is, right, we have this 10 of Wands, which represents kind of a lot of work, a burden, or a heavy obligation, or a heavy load on your back of some kind. It can feel like a lot, it can feel uncomfortable, and it can feel like you're doing it all by yourself. And then we have the 8 of Cups, which is about walking away from stuff. It's about forgiveness. It's about release. It's about getting out of your comfort zone. It's about going places that you've never been before. And I think the King of Cups had to come out because this is the energy that you need in order to really do that. See, the thing is that I know that you've needed to do this for quite some time, but perhaps you haven't felt that hope in a long time. With all the Capricorn stuff going on in your 12th house, it would make sense that you would have felt, a little lost or disoriented, or if you would have felt like things were unraveling in your life the past few years, really since like 2018. If you would have felt that, that would have made sense. But now it's time for you to start to rebuild. And in order for you to rebuild, you have to move away. Now that Saturn is coming off of the square with Uranus. Now, they'll be in a square by zodiac sign, right? Because Saturn will stay in Aquarius. We still have Uranus in Taurus. But the exact degree square is not really a thing, right? So Saturn is coming off the square with Uranus. And while last year was full of agitation, this is a year where we can actually find a little bit of grounding, and we can actually start to do the rebuild thing that Saturn wants to do when he transits your first house. He wants to start to reestablish healthy structures that are beneficial for his future. And right now, I don't want to see you doing everything by yourself. There are so many things that you can do and so many things that you really, really, really do not need to be doing. Okay? Like, for example, you can delegate and pay people to do things for you. And don't worry about the money. Money matters. Okay, we got the money card. I know you're thinking a lot about your money. We've got Jupiter in the second house, which can really it's all about the flow money-wise with you guys here. Pay people. Don't worry, the money will come back. Get things done. Allow others to bear the burden that you really do not need to bear. And I think first and foremost, it's about acknowledging certain things like, okay, maybe I don't have to do it all by myself. Maybe I can rely on a friend. I can rely on so-and-so and whatnot. And I can then focus on the things that really matter to me. Now, the word matter, money matters. Now, this could mean a few things, but I'm going to interpret it in a very specific way. That money, it's not about money things. It's about the fact that money actually matters. It's about what matters, what tasks, what things matter. Okay? And I feel like there's this shift in caring about things right now. A shift in caring, and the things that you are caring about are starting to evolve. Now, in the environment, we have the Hermit. Now, whenever the Hermit or the High Priestess comes out in this particular position, I always say the same thing. I say, there's nothing in the external world that's going to provide some super special answer that's going to make you feel better about everything, all right? You already have all of the information. If you start looking out to the external world for ideas and solutions for something, you're probably going to be coming up short, and you're probably going to come out lost as to what to even do. The fact of the matter is you know exactly what needs to be done. You know exactly what needs to be said. You know what conversations need to be had. You know what tasks need to be accomplished in order to get you from point A to point B. And I think there is a lot of ambition here right now. Now, when I look at this Queen of Swords, I feel like this is also an aspect of you. This is like your very Aquarian self, right? She's up here on her pillow in the mountaintop, sort of looking down in her kingdom. And I feel that she is representative of your higher self. The self that is not, quote unquote, trapped behind this veil of forgetfulness. So she has a much, much, much higher perspective on everything. And she's ultimately the driver here. All right. Now, she has instilled in you some feeling of wanting control. I don't know how that's going to manifest for each of you individually, but the King of Cups is very much about control. But it's not, when it manifests positively, it's not control over others, it's control over self. And control over emotion and control over thought. And not necessarily controlling the thoughts, but controlling which thoughts you entertain and which thoughts you give power to. But she's even above all that. But she has instilled in you this desire to really make stuff happen. Now, right now we have Mars in Capricorn, which is Mars is exalted here in Capricorn, so he's doing a lot of things. On one hand, we have Jupiter in Pisces, in dreamland, in La La world, thinking about all the beautiful things and all the beautiful things with life and all the things you want and da-da-da-da. And then we have Mars. It's like, okay, that's great. So how are we going to do it? Now, oftentimes I don't recommend asking how with things. Maybe that's still not a very good thing, but it's more about just doing, not sitting and scratching your head and thinking, well, what if I do this? It's not about strategizing. It's about doing. And it may be haphazard. It may be a little bit clumsy. It may be a little disorganized. It may not work out perfectly, but I guarantee you that by just doing something, you're going to be much further along than if you sat and did nothing because you were overanalyzing everything. And this card that says a fiery climax approaches, I don't really see that in the 9-card block, with the exception of maybe this 8 of Cups here with the little fire. I don't know that it's going to be this huge blowout. See, the thing with the Queen of Swords is she's very objective and she's very neutral. And I still kind of get a cheerleader vibe from her, though. Like, she's very much like in your corner, fighting for you and wanting, but it's kind of like like a sports mom in the bleachers cheering on her son at the football game. She can't get in the game and play the game. She's like confined to the bleachers. Like that's where she has to stay, but she can still pour in energy, right? And I feel that this Queen of Swords is pouring in energy for you as you are playing this game. And I think you have a little bit of a difficult play. But see, this is a process or a part of a process of an upgrade. And I see that with Judgment and I see that with the Chariot. That your upgrade is very much underway. And I think you can feel it. I really do. Now that Saturn is off of Uranus, he's going to provide for you the wherewithal to accomplish all these goals that you've had mulling around, these ideas that you've been thinking about, these, business ideas, these travel things you want to do, like all the things. And Saturn is now like, all right, we had all the creativity with the Uranus agitation, and now it's time for us to just buckle down and make it happen and make the phone calls and send the emails and pay the people and get it booked and do it. Okay? Now, a lot of this will be financial focused. We got money matters. I think it's good money things. If I'm being honest with you, I really do. Now, we have Pluto coming into a trine with the North Node this month on the 14th, the same day that Mercury enters into Aquarius. Now, this particular trining energy with Pluto, because North Node entered Taurus on the 18th of January, right? So he's already kind of been in there for a couple weeks, or almost like a month, really. But I feel like that first month, there's always some issue with the node getting comfortable. I always feel like the nodes are very uncomfortable when they make transitions. And it takes them a minute to kind of catch their breath with the new element that they're in, because the North Node is going from an air sign into an earth sign. And sometimes I feel like that lower density can kind of slow things down a little bit. So he may just take a minute to kind of catch his breath a little bit. And when it comes into that trine with Pluto, I kind of feel like there is going to be I actually feel like it's more the rebirth side of Pluto more than anything. It's more about the rebirth. There's going to be a revitalization of your focus on money things, material things, that we're all going to be material focused this year. There's no escaping it. We're all going to be thinking about money. We're all going to be thinking about our lifestyle. And I think this King of Cups is really ready for like that 5-star lifestyle, like by a million miles. Like he's way, way, way ready for it. He's ready for the 5-star lifestyle. He's ready for the 5-star relationship. He's ready for the best of the best, because this is a King of Cups. This is a Scorpio energy. Scorpio energy just keeps going, chugging along like a Mars energy does, and just continues to fight for what he wants. And he doesn't even really think twice about it. He just goes after it. This is an essential movement, an essential shift, this moving away, this dropping this burden, this getting rid of this vibration, whatever it is essential. And you may get provoked into it. We have a Grand Cross, provoker. Right? You're probably going to get provoked into this. Like someone is going to say something really stupid, or they're going to do something really stupid, and it's boom, that's your open door. It's probably the open door that you've been waiting for. Now, I don't get the energy of another person here. I think this is all you. Right? But I think from your shadow world, we have a shadow card and we have moon darkness. In your shadow world, you have been evading this moment, but you've also been manifesting it as well. And I feel like things are coming to a head, that there is this inevitable breaking point. There is this inevitable shift that must happen, because you're meant to be the hero or the heroine in your own story. Passion for a journey of personal empowerment. And if personal empowerment is the perfect way to describe the King of Cups. And personal empowerment is what is needed in order to get you to walk away and to truly liberate with the Judgment card. And I tell you what, Four of Swords in the very center of the reading, this will feel amazing. Whether it's just dropping a story you've been telling yourself, or dropping that toxic friend, or dropping that partner that makes you feel tethered down, or something else, dropping that job that you hate. Like, I don't know what it is for you guys. It may be huge or it may be subtle, but energetically it's huge, regardless of what it is actually in the world. Energetically, it's huge. And it's kind of like this shift that's going to be imperceptible to anybody but you. And I look at this sun and I see you shining. Because you can finally breathe. You can finally come into your power here. You can finally embrace your truest form of self-expression. And I feel like you're finding a more authentic version of yourself here. I feel like you're finding your true colors. And there's something that's going to put you in the spotlight here with the Six of Wands. I really do feel a light shining on you, and that's kind of on the nose with sun coming through your sign. A little on the nose, but the sun, we got the Six of Wands. There's a lot of Leo energy here, actually. Leo being ruled by the sun. So, I see you in the spotlight. I see people paying attention to you. I see you making good decisions. I see you being in a position of leadership. And I see you making a lot of things happen in a very short period of time. It might be life-changing stuff this month. All because you made a decision, Two of Coins. All because you made a choice. All because you felt empowered by that choice. The thing I love about a King of Cups energy, he is a money sign. Okay, he is a money card. Scorpio. A lot of money comes through that energy. But he never thinks about the money. He never thinks about the inflow versus the outflow. He never thinks about the bank account. He just has so much faith that when it comes in, it comes in. And when it goes out, and it will come back in if it goes out. And if it goes out, then it will come in. It's just he has so much faith in the exchange that occurs. And I feel like that flow is so critical for opening your doors. I do feel significant financial flow. I really do. New ideas coming flooding in. I don't know how it's going to come through for you, but it's like, if you know that there is some kind of financial incentive, this should be a lot easier. All right. And it should be easy at this point, because I think you've been putting it off for so long. You've known that this moment is coming. You've known that this thing can no longer sustain itself in your life. You've known that. And now is that critical moment where you say, you know what? I am done. And it's going to feel real. It's going to feel like a real ending. It's going to feel like for the first time you really mean it. It's like, those kinds of relationships where, oh my gosh, this is aging me. I'm so sorry. But did you guys ever watch that show Jersey Shore from forever ago? It's like Sam and Ronnie, where she's always like, I'm done. But it was back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But then it comes that one moment when You say you're done and you feel it in your gut that it really is the last time. And that's what I feel, that this is really the last time. It is so quietly powerful, and the benefits and the reward of this are just, you're not able to see it yet because you still got to make your way through this. But this isn't hard. You know exactly what to do. Remember, there's no answer out in the world. There's no solution to this other than walking away, leaving it behind, leaving it in the past. And the moment you do that, you start to shine and you start to attract incredible things: money, lovers, opportunities, travels, all sorts of great things that you define as being part of the greatness of life. And this chariot is ready to go. I mean, it wants to move. And one thing I just realized is that you guys didn't even get any reversals. Did I put reversals in here? Yep, I definitely put reversals in this deck. So you guys didn't get any reversals, which means the energy is moving smoothly. It's moving in the direction, in the way, in the rate that is workable. It's not like you have all this like hung up energy, you know? And actually with Mercury going direct, which is going direct on the 3rd. So once it starts going direct, we officially have like every planet going direct. So there is that direct motion through Aquarius season. Actually, also through Pisces season as well, through March. Okay, now let's pull out the comprehensive cards. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. I'm just going to get the reversals in here. We usually talk for like another 30 minutes about these cards. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. All right, so let's clarify this King of Cups. What else does Aquarius need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? What else does the universe need from Aquarius this month of February? 5 of Coins. Money matters. It does matter. 10 of Cups. And Ace of Coins reversed. Now the Hermit. Eight of Wands, 7 of Coins, and 2 of Cups. Beautiful. Alrighty. Got reversals in here, so let's take a look at the Queen of Swords. What else does the universe need to know? Does Aquarius, not the universe, what else does Aquarius need to know about the Queen of Swords? Knight of Swords, oh, the Star. A lot of Aquarian air energy coming out for you. I actually don't mind that Knight of Swords at all. Sometimes he gives me kind of an icky feeling, but I actually really like him in this context, so. And a Knight of Wands reversed. All right, now the 10 of Wands. Another 4 of Swords. Matches the center of the reading here. Another Ace of Coins. Three of Swords reversed. Page of Wands. 8 of Wands. Nine of Cups reversed. Page of Cups. Hold on, we got the Hanged Man. And Justice. For the center of the reading, we have another 10 of Wands. So we have the 10 of Wands and the 4 of Swords intrinsically connected here. 2 of Swords. And 4 of Wands. See, the thing is with some Aquarians, is they are going to continue to choose the situation in their life that they don't really want, right? The shadow attribute of the heroine is escapism and a false sense of heroism by doing the right thing, and they're going to stay in and self-sacrifice, and it's not going to be really that good for anybody. Now for the Sun, 10 of coins. See what I mean? Do you guys see? This is exactly what I'm talking about. There may be losses, but they are not really losses, because the gains on the other side of those losses are like tenfold. 7 of Cups reversed. Don't get it twisted. And Death. We have 3 of Wands reversed. We have 5 of Swords. And okay, I'm going to pull out one more for the 6 of... Not what I was expecting for clarifiers, but that's the way tarot works sometimes. And a 10 of Swords. Holy cow. We're going to go straight into that 6 of Wands in the comprehensive. Talk about what the heck is going on there. 7 of Swords. An Emperor, and another Queen of Swords. I love the Queen of Swords in this deck too. We have King of Coins, Queen of Cups, and 5 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the 9 of Wands. Okay, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, that link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing February. Have a great month. And again, happy birthday. Thanks so much. Take care. Hello, Pisces. Annie just hopped up here. Hope you guys don't mind. Let's go ahead and get started. So, first of all, happy birthday to all the February Pisces out there. Hope you guys get to do something awesome for your birthday. So let's see here. We start off with the King of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe really needs from you right now. Now, astrologically, you have really strong 11th and 12th house energy going on, right? You have Jupiter coming through your sign as well. But I think with this 11th and 12th house energy, there is this quality of unraveling. And as you are going through this unraveling process, the King of Swords is here to say, stay strong, continue to hold yourself accountable, but allow that detachment to occur. He's the king of detachment. He's an Aquarius card. So he's all about, not being emotionally entangled with stuff. And you could be detaching from a lot of different things. You could be detaching from a group of friends. You could be detaching from a career path, detaching from a relationship, from all sorts of different kinds of things. But the fact of the matter is your life is changing, and it's changing very quickly. And the only way that it could stay the same is if you hang on for dear life, which I don't think that that's really what you want to do. And we have this card directly underneath that says nothing is yet set in stone. See, when Jupiter comes through your sign, you have an opportunity to truly explore and to expand in so many profound ways. And Jupiter is kind of leading the charge here in terms of your creativity, 5th house creativity. And it's getting you to go to some uncomfortable places which are unknown, right? Unknown terrain type of places to explore, to learn, to talk to new people, to associate with new groups, to, I don't know what it is, but I feel like the doors are opening. Now, we have this short-term results card directly underneath, which tells me that, right, along with nothing is yet set in stone, is that I wouldn't really expect a lot of things to have this long-lasting or permanent place in your life right now. It's very important to allow for flux and allow for an inflow and an outflow, and to not hold yourself in a position where you feel like you must be in control of things or whatever, right? That's not a very Piscean place to be. King of Swords lets everything leave. Like if something wants to leave, he lets it leave. If it wants to walk out the door, he says fine. Like he's not going to fight for it. He's not going to exert extraordinary levels of effort to keep something that doesn't want to stay, because he knows that if someone or something stays in his life by choice, or because there's a deep caring, or because there's a love there, then that is so much more worth it. Now, in the environment, we have the Temperance card, which tells me that you are highly supported in the angelic realm, in the spiritual, divine realm, and that all is well. Everything is good. Everything is perfect. Everything is exactly the way it's supposed to be. And you don't have to manipulate anything or anyone or any situation to get it to fit some kind of a mold. This is about looking at what is and simply letting it be what it is. And if you don't want it, you detach from it, right? This is about carefully constructing your new world. And right now you're kind of I'm kind of getting the image of like an interior design studio, right? Where you go in and they have all these samples everywhere, right? They've got the tile samples, the flooring samples, the cabinetry and the cabinet top samples, and they have fabrics and textures and, wallpapers and all sorts of different samples. And you're here and you're saying, holy cow, there are so many options for me to choose from. And the universe is like, of course, you have millions of options to choose from. So let's just sit down and you could just tell me what you like, right? But there's no one option that you have to choose. You literally can choose anything. And allowing yourself to be open to all possible. When I say all possibility, I mean all possibility. I don't mean the ones that are realistic or the ones that you can perceive in your view right now. I mean all of them. Okay? And sometimes with this spiritual strength card, being open to all options is a very scary thing, because you're kind of like opening the floodgates a little bit for a lot of unknown experiences. I do see my Pisces as being generally adventurous, which is good. So it can play on your adventurous side a little bit, but we also have this hearth comfort. And I think right now what you're really wanting is just a life that feels really good. And anything that doesn't feel really good or that doesn't resonate, it's not going to feel that good. And the distinction is very clear. It either feels good or it doesn't feel good, right? So when you have all these samples that you're going and looking at, you have to pick the ones that, like, yeah, I really love this color. I love this texture. I love the way this looks. I love. And it's about choosing all the things that you really, really love. And as much as a King of Swords can be kind of emotionally inaccessible, it doesn't mean he actually is. It just means that if the intense love isn't really there, then it's not there. And there's really not a lot you can do about that. It's very cut and dry. I know Annie's sitting on it, but right here we have the Page of Swords, which is a card that signifies a lot of different things, creativity, but more than anything, it's an open mind. And with the North Node coming through and activating your third house, which is a house of your mind, your intelligent mind, and your communication and all of that, I feel like you're going to be having like one after the next, just all these insights, just boom, 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 one after the next, and just your whole world view. Like you walk into that design studio and you have options that you did not even know existed. That like the world is about to show you options that you didn't know existed. You didn't know that you didn't know. Right? That's why nothing is yet set in stone, because you haven't seen everything yet. Nothing is set in stone because you've never been this open before. Nothing is set in stone because you haven't chosen yet. And this Page of Swords is here to ignite the magic within your mind, to ignite the magic of possibility. And it's important to, again, spiritual strength and even comfort. Now, comfort can kind of be both a really good thing, and it can also be a little bit of a difficult thing if comfort is the go-to place in terms of I'm going to hide in my comfort zone, right? You're definitely in uncharted territory here, and you're pushing past a comfort zone. You're pushing past a part of you that is known and understood and moving into an ununderstood, I know it's not a word, but an ununderstood part of you. So the digging gets deeper. The self-exploration gets more profound. And what you're going to hit up against is this Eight of Swords, which tells me that there are going to be a lot of fears and insecurities that surface while you're doing this. But these are not meant to truly hinder you. Now, right next to it, we have the Hanged Man reversed. Okay? The universe is going to tie you up to a tree, and it's going to tie you up tight and suspend you and put you in a state of delay and put you in this weird interim, nothing is yet set in stone place, because it needs you to come into a full recognition of the restrictions. See, and I love this card because in the mirror, she's all tied up, but in reality, she's not tied up at all. It's the perception of restriction that you're going to have to come in contact with. Perception of resistance. And you're going to have to confront that part of you, devil, right? You're going to have to confront the part of you that keeps you tied up. The part of you that cares what other people think. The part of you that is afraid of losing something. The part of you that doesn't want the change, that doesn't like the feelings of discomfort, right? You have to confront that part. And the universe says, look, you're going to be tied up here doing this whole confrontation thing for as long as you need to be doing it. There's no pressure, there's no rush. But it is essential for what you are about to build, because let's not forget to look forward a little bit, because as Saturn makes his way through Pisces, which in and of itself has an unraveling quality on its own. And like, let's be honest, right? 2023 and 2024, Saturn comes through Pisces and Pluto comes into your 12th house as well. And then 25, Saturn and Neptune, very, very close together, come into Aries, retrograde back into Pisces, and then come back into Aries, both together. I mean, it's going to be like a whole big next 3 years. So we have to be, and I know I'm getting way ahead of ourselves astrologically, but I think it's important to put this particular year in context. Because the next few, again, Saturn through Pisces has an unraveling quality in and of itself. But as it comes through your sign, that is your beginning of development of a new structure. And it will take several years for that to truly unfold in terms of what it is you really want it to be. Right now, the goal is to not have mental limitations or psychological limitations. because those psychological limitations have prevented this wheel of fortune from truly spinning in the way that it is, that you deserve it to spin. I'm not saying you haven't made things happen. I'm not saying you haven't made money. I'm not saying you haven't found a relationship. Like, I'm not saying that good things haven't happened for you. But I also know that maybe there was a little bit more of a struggle to get those things than there needed to be. And I'm sensing, I look at this Three of Coins and I get this really weird feeling about it, because it's not a bad card. It's a beautiful card. We love a Three of Coins. There's connection, there's collaboration, there's communication, there's working together with people, a lot of creativity, a lot of new ideas, invention, innovation, da 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 da. Okay, great. That's fine. That's all the good stuff with the Three of Coins. And you may have a lot of that going on. But with the have the short-term results card and nothing is yet set in stone, it tells me that this is just a temporary, in the meantime type of thing. Please do not mistake your Three of Coins things as being your full spectrum life plan. It's going to be very short-lived, 1 or 2 years tops. And you're going to be changing course, evolving, and just in general caring about something else or something new or something different later on. And there's nothing wrong with keeping yourself busy and doing great things and designing and, doing beautiful stuff with your life. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, don't mistake it for the thing that is meant to be permanent. It's not going to be permanent. It's not going to be the next 20-year type thing. Because with the devil here, again, this is a Saturnian influence. There's the quality of even this too will become unraveled. And I feel like a lot of things are going to feel like they're just kind of slipping through your fingers a little bit. Like they're just... It's not that they're out of reach, because I think you're grabbing them, but it's like kind of grabbing what I call grabbing a fistful of water. Like you reach into the water and it's there, but you can't quite materialize something substantive from that. But that's okay, as long as you know where you're at. I think a lot of Pisces will feel very bewildered, I guess might be a good word, by what's happening. They may feel a little confused, they may feel a little frustrated, or they may feel like they have control over something, and then when it leaves or gets taken away or whatever, then all of a sudden they're really hard on themselves because, oh my gosh, why couldn't I do this? Why? But again, remember, King of Swords, the king of detachment. You have to allow things to unravel. Even the five, because what's really happening is the unraveling of your painful psychology. See, this is the thing with Chiron through Aries. There is huge inner child work going on. And I think we've seen that over the past few years, even just all the stuff on social media just blowing up. And like everyone's a psychologist now, and everyone talks about trauma, and everyone talks about triggers, and everyone talks about, all these things, because Chiron is in Aries. So we're going back to that child place and that pain place. And we are having to confront the wounded, innocent entity that still exists within us, the infant child with Aries, because we want to get back to that purity. And in order to do that, we have to unlearn almost everything, not everything, but almost everything that we've been taught by culture and society and family and all of that. And it is not an easy process. This is another reason why we have this spiritual strength here. Even look with this little card, there's like an actual infant child here. And it's coming back to that innocent place where you haven't been all manipulated yet. And you can really think for yourself here, but you actually have adult faculties and motor skills where you can actually do something about it, right? So there's a purity of heart, a purity of soul that is in general trying to emerge. And there are a lot of circumstances in your life that may prohibit that pure essence of you from truly coming forth. And again, Six of Swords reversed. I don't see a lot of movement for Pisces. Now, you may be doing a lot of things, but I don't see a lot of movement for Pisces. Again, meaning I don't see a lot of traction. And with Venus now officially out of her retrograde, but she's still in her second shadow phase. So we're still going to come into a lot of realizations about what the past couple of months have really meant for us. Mercury is in retrograde, but on the 3rd, he goes direct. So he's, most of the February, he'll be going direct. And we also have a full moon in Leo. I haven't really talked about that in any readings yet, but we also have a full moon in Leo. And the full moon in Leo is going to truly accentuate our individuality. 5th house, creativity. This is a Leo house. Our individuality and what it is that we would like to self-express for the sake of ourselves, not for the sake of anyone else. I love this. We have a child and a dog. These are like almost the same cards. A child and a dog and a child and a dog. And we know that the dog essence or the dog spirit is, of course, one of the most pure as well. It's almost as though they are infant children and they just always stay that way, right? There's always that love. There's always that unconditional forgiveness. There's that. It's just, we know that how dogs love is so different even from like just a cat, right? Which is very conditional, very consent-based, right? But with dogs, it's just all love all the time. And I feel that there is this blossoming of this part of you, at least toward yourself, hopefully toward yourself. Now, we have this mother card. Did I talk about this already? I don't remember if I talked about it already or not. Now, there's a light attribute and a shadow attribute. Now, I don't know that this is, this could definitely have a lot to do with actual motherhood and being a mother for those of you who are. The light attribute is nurturing, patience, unconditional love, joy in giving birth to life. For some reason, I feel like this mother, you have to be very careful with this mother energy, because if you do it toward your own children or toward yourself, obviously that's a really great thing. But I feel like if you cross that line at all with trying to mother someone else, you've crossed a line somewhere, right? You've crossed a boundary or a barrier that you truly are not meant to cross. See, one of the things about Piscean energy is it does have that tendency to want to save people. That self-sacrifice kind of nature. I'll do anything to help. Yes, no problem. 100% I'll show up for you. And that can be a really, really, really good thing. But because it is a good thing, sometimes it can cross that line into being a little too self-sacrificing to the point where you actually lose yourself. And that line is it's very difficult to distinguish where that line truly is. King of Swords is very clear on the line. And I think this is a month for you to be very clear with yourself on this is too far over the line. This is not my job. It is not my responsibility to mother you or to nurture you or to even be patient with you. It is not my job to do that. You have your healing journey. I have mine. You do you. I'll do mine. And while we can support one another, I absolutely cannot shoulder the burden for yours. And King of Swords can be brutal that way, but I think you kind of have to be brutal. You kind of have to have an edge. You kind of have to be a not super nice person with that. When I say not super nice, I mean not very accommodating. Because otherwise it could hinder your own progress. And because you are in this very intense process of unraveling everything right now, and you're relearning a lot of things, let's not forget, I know Miss Annie is covering it up, but we do have a Page of Swords here. So this is about really opening your mind. And if you go back or snap back into that past behavior, it's gonna, again, you're just gonna continue to be hung up on this tree for even longer. Hanged Man reverse. You're just gonna stay suspended and stay in the state of delay and stay for the lessons and stay for all these things. And it might not necessarily be what you really want, right? And with King of Swords, all the samples, is that really what you're going to pick? Something you don't really like? Something that doesn't feel good? Something that doesn't feel right in your home? Doesn't feel right in your life? You may want to think of it like sampling. You're literally going like sampling. And the whole of life is showing you all the samples. And you get to cherry pick exactly which ones you want. But by choosing the ones you do want, you are in effect not choosing others. And that's just the way it is. Let's pull out the comprehensive cards. Let's start here. So we're going to start with the King of Swords. Now the cards I'm about to pull out, the clarifiers that we're going to pull, are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We normally talk for 30 minutes or so about these cards, so we can get a lot deeper into the reading. So we're going to take a look at this King of Swords here. Take a look at the King of Swords. What else does Pisces need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Beautiful. 10 of Cups. Eight of Wands. Oh, beautiful. 3 of Wands. 3 of Wands, 8 of Wands, and 10 of Cups. Now for the environment. What else does Pisces need to know regarding their environment? 8 of Swords reversed. Ace of Wands, Ace of Coins reversed. Beautiful. Okay. Hold on. Let me get my other deck. Oh, did I put reversals in here? Yes, I did. Okay. So now we're going to focus on the Page of Swords. What else does Pisces need to know regarding the Page of Swords? We have a High Priestess. Tower. Yeah. In terms of the way you think about stuff, you can expect a lot of breakthroughs this month. And in the months to come, another 6 of Cups reversed. So we have a 6 of Cups here, 6 of Cups reversed here. Now for the Hanged Man. Hanged Man reversed. We have another Ace of Wands to mirror the environment over here. And we have an Ace of Swords. Beautiful. Nine of Cups. Queen of Wands. 9 of Swords and 2 of Cups. For the Wheel of Fortune reversed, we have the Queen of Swords. King of Wands reversed. I definitely feel like you guys have like a person. Queen of Coins. Like there's a person, I don't know if it's your romantic partner or not, it doesn't have to be, but there is a person in your life where a lot of this is going to apply. Three of Cups. I'm sorry, Three of Coins with the Queen of Cups. I don't know why I said it that way. Queen of Cups. Eight of Cups reversed. And the Moon. Another Three of Coins. A World. I also feel like that one. Four of Swords and another Ace of Coins. Knight of Swords for the Five of Swords reversed. Ten of Wands. Chariot. Three of Cups. Eight of Coins. Knight of Coins reversed. Page of Wands. The Fool. King of Cups, and a Two of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join me, you guys are absolutely more than welcome. Again, that link will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, then I will talk to you guys soon. All right? Thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. Thanks so much for being here. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the King of Cups right here, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. So this is a very dominating energy. We don't really have any planets in Scorpio, but we do have the South Node moving into Scorpio. This is the Scorpio card. So you do technically have 8th house activation going on here, which means that you are going to have to go deep within yourself. And it's not the most comfortable place for an Aries to be unless you naturally have a lot of 8th house or scorpionic placements in your natal chart. But if you don't, then this is calling a lot from you. And there's a very serious tone coming through here. And what I think is trying to come forward in your life is really I don't know how to say this, but like really the question is, are you really who you want to be? And it's not to diminish what you've done. It's not to diminish the hard work that you've had. This is about where you are and where you wish to go. And to truly have the capacity to implement the changes that you genuinely want, because you are going to be going through a pretty significant internal transformation going on. And this has a lot to do with how you exchange your energy with others. Okay, now this is going to have a lot to do with friends this month because we have the 11th house friends card, plus it is Aquarius season. We have a new moon in Aquarius on the 1st, on February 1st, and then we have a full moon in Leo on the 16th. So it's going to accentuate your role in a greater picture. And the question is am I truly associating with the people that are genuinely in my best interest? And in the environment, we have the High Priest. Now, the High Priest may be, it's like the Hierophant card. It may be an aspect of yourself, but because it's in the environment position, I'm going to say that there might be someone external from you that you respect a lot. And it may be professionally, because we do have a lot of 10th house activation as well. And because we still have Saturn through the 11th and we've got Jupiter through the 12th. So we have these like last 3 houses highly activated for you guys. And these houses relate a lot to the external world. This is someone that you likely respect. This is someone that I think it's like you see that life for yourself. You see that wisdom for yourself. You see that success. You see that money. You see that marriage for yourself. And there's an inspiration, I feel. There's a strong inspirational nature with that high priest. And the thing is you're almost there, right? King of Cups to the high priest is not that big of a jump. But the universe needs you to truly embrace this King of Cups. And what's interesting is that the actual Aries card, Queen of Wands, the cardinal fire, Queen of Wands, is in reverse. And I feel that there's I'm not going to say a suppression because I think that's a bad word, but there's kind of this like, I don't know really what else to say though. It's like putting it to the side of the Aries quality and tapping into the Scorpio quality. Now, let me tell you why I'm saying this, okay? Because Aries and Scorpio are both ruled by Mars. Scorpio also by Pluto, but traditionally by Mars. So Mars in Aries is like that true initiation. Let's go after it. Let's make it happen. Let's do it. We've got energy. We've got vitality. We have creativity. We can go. But Mars in Scorpio is a lot more deliberate. And we also have in the stars right now, Mars in Capricorn, which is his exalted transit. All right. So he does very, very well here. And this is an opportunity to be very deliberate with how you exchange your energy, King of Cups, Scorpio. Right? This is about shared resources. This is about working with people. This is about pooling money together. This is about facilitating deals. This is about sharing love. It's about sharing emotion. It's about sexually uniting with people. And it's mature energy distribution. Okay? As much as I love the Queen of Wands in terms of her joy, I feel like this month you are by nature just going to take on a more serious tone with your life. And it may be this very real leveling up that you know you've wanted to do and you know you've needed to do, but maybe you haven't really found the energy or the focus to really do it. I don't quite know why, other than Mars being in Sagittarius the past couple months and the nodes being in Sagittarius, Gemini. We all had this whole like mutable thing going on. We were all very flimsy, all very flexible, all very adaptable and moving and changing and all these things. But now these nodes are no longer in mutable signs. They are officially in fixed signs, which means we have traction now. And we can really sink our heels into the earth, North Node in Taurus, and really start running. Okay, it might take a couple of minutes for a bull, right? The Taurus bull to get to full speed. But when it does, like, man, watch out, right? Because I feel that you're very committed to something. Now, even though you got a lot of reversals in this reading, I actually had to check the deck to make sure I didn't accidentally pick it up upside down. I didn't. You just got a lot of reversals. But I actually feel like this 8 of Cups, 2 of Cups, for me, it feels like a commitment energy. I don't see you walking away from things. I don't see you putting things on the back burner. I don't see you, completely alleviating a whole aspect of your business or your money-making capacity or whatever. I see you saying, you know what? I'm going to do it all. I'm going to do all the things that I said I was going to do. I'm going to push forward. I am going to sink my heels in, right? And I'm going to grab and I'm going to run and I'm going to do whatever I can to get to full speed. Now, we have this emotions are running high card as well. Jupiter in Pisces is going to make us all highly sensitive emotionally. And I think it's a good thing because emotion is how we create metaphysically. It's how we manifest. It's how we alchemize things. It is how we bring things forward. And I think your heightened state of emotion mixed with the scorpionic archetype, which is what the universe needs from you right now, is actually quite potent, meaning you can start manifesting things very, very quickly in your life. And as you start doing this, I feel that the universe is going to present someone to you, a King of Swords reversed. Now, whenever a king specifically, more so than a queen, more so than a knight, and more so than a page, kings, when they are reversed, are very difficult energies to deal with because they're fixed energies. And when they're fixed in the reversal, it makes it a difficult personality, difficult situation, difficult to communicate. It's all just very difficult. And the King of Swords, it may be someone that you've known for a long time, or it may be someone that is introduced to you this month that represents a lot of things that you don't want. Now, because you seem to be very committed to what it is that you are wanting to do for yourself, especially in terms of your career with this heavy 10th house activation going on, I'm just going to tell you that when you encounter this King of Swords reversed, whoever it may be, this is your opportunity to allocate the energy appropriately, which means don't give it to the King of Swords. This is not someone you want to work with. This is not someone you want to deal with. It's not someone you want to do business with. It's not someone you want to deal with contracts. They're probably highly litigious in some way. They may be someone that is just like very contrary. They're not easy to get along with. They're not very compassionate. There's a selfishness there. Now, I'm not trying to like completely throw shade. I'm sure they have their good qualities too, but the universe is very specifically putting this person in your path so that you can make a hyper-conscious decision in your life. This is an opportunity for things to split, and I'm seeing that with the Two of Cups. This is an opportunity for the energy to split, or the path or the pattern to split. And it may even, I hate to say this, but because we have a friend's card, this may be a friend. And this is not a friend that you should keep around. I'm just going to say it. All right. This is someone who, or actually rather with the hero. So we have the High Priest in the environment, and we have the Hierophant. So these are the same cards in the very center of the reading. I love the image of the Hierophant in this particular deck because the guy is just laughing. He reminds me of like a laughing Buddha, and he is just so joyful and so living in his ecstasy. And this is your choice point, and this is your opportunity to choose the ecstasy or to choose the good feeling. I'm going to tell you right now, powering through with this kind of a situation is completely working against yourself. The payout won't be good enough. The effort will not be worth it, and it won't feel good when it's over. All right? This is someone that is going to give you enough red flags in the beginning to give you that opportunity to walk away. But see, you're committed. Now, this is a kind of a mixed signal a little bit. Eight of Cups reversed. I know that you're committed to what you want in your life, but because of that commitment, you must walk away from things that do not fit in that picture. And you must be willing to walk away and to take that risk and to have the hope that something else will come and fill in. The fact of the matter is that in this particular reading, I do not see the thing that is going to be following this King of Swords, which means you may have to kind of walk off a cliff a little bit with no real feeling of a safety net. But I think that's the type of courage that the universe is needing from you right now, which a King of Cups always is able to walk on that edge, always able to take that risk, always living in faith that wherever there is outflow, there is always inflow, always, 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 with whatever it is, whether it's money, whether it's friends, whether it's resources, whether it's opportunities, whether it's contacts, it doesn't matter. You can say no to things. And I think that's a big message, is saying no. No, I don't want that. I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to work with people who treat me that way, right? Because it doesn't fit. And when you look at this person, whoever this person actually is, your inspiration, your guru, if you will, now they're not a perfect person. It's just that the idea of them is the idea that you actually hold for yourself. And this is I don't know if it's your first chance, probably not your first one, but this is a very real one, an energetically impactful one that says if you choose to go against the things that really do not feel right for you, then you're going to be able to build this life that you want. And I feel like this Page of Cups is reversed because it's like a ricochet. And he's so happy, and he is so passionate, and he is so willing. And I see the Seven of Wands, and I love this image as well. This is like my second favorite deck. I'm just going to tell you guys right now, because the images that the artist put together for this deck, they're so meaningful, and the symbols are so great. I'm not trying to like sell the deck or whatever. It's the Light Seers deck if you want to buy it. I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just saying that it's important to pay attention to what the image in the artwork really is, because here she is with a bubble around her, kind of like she's sitting in some sort of protective energetic sphere, and these wands, they can't kind of penetrate this bubble. She's got her solar plexus activated. This guy, I don't know, his whole chakra tree is all lit up here, so I don't know what's going on here, but your energy, by saying no to this King of Swords, is activating your energy. It is activating your passion. It is activating your high vibration. And because you are activated, these little Page of Cups opportunities that are not necessarily super exciting opportunities will ricochet. And these are the ones that don't fit because they probably mirror the King of Swords. So by saying no to the King of Swords, you are actually saying no to a whole bunch of other stuff in the energetic space, which is going to make your life so much more simple. So much more simple. And we have this learn through this, which means this is a learning opportunity for you. This is an opportunity for you to learn how to manipulate energy in the metaphysical realm and actualize it in the physical realm, and to be conscious of how it works, to be conscious of the cause and effect, to be conscious of the choices and the decisions and the outcomes. And by doing this, you're planting this beautiful seed, Seven of Coins. And you're also getting out of your own way, Seven of Swords. Now, this is like a self-sabotage card. In the past, this King of Swords, you probably would have dealt with. In the past, you probably would have, banged your head against the wall, I don't know, trying to get the business or trying to get the client or trying to get, whatever, because it was a King of Swords and look how great this King of Swords is. But I'm going to tell you, a King of Swords reverse has absolutely nothing on the High Priest, right? And you may look at someone else and see them as a High Priest, but really you're the High Priest. You are the Hierophant here. Okay, so he's not meant to be put on a pedestal. In the past, you may have, but by taking him off this pedestal and just seeing him for the, nuisance that he actually is, you are saving yourself a whole lot of trouble in the future, and you're clearing your path. Now we have this card here which says life, breathe, or breath rather. This is like the clearing the air energy. You're breathing life into something that may have felt dead or may have felt like it's been off track. There's a revitalization of something going on, and a triumphant success tells me that you are going to be successful. You're planting these seeds. Again, I love the image here because the coins are under the earth. They're in the dirt, and then we have this sprout sort of sprouting out. So there's a new beginning at play here. You're planting seeds, and it is starting to grow, and I think it's growing quickly. Now, one last card I haven't talked about yet is this Hermit card. This says there's the light attribute and the shadow attribute. The light attribute says seek solitude to focus intently on inner life, serves personal creativity. Now, King of Cups is really good at hermit mode when he needs to be, because sometimes he knows when he needs to like go inside himself and just sort of reconnect and collect and regroup a little bit. But with Saturn in the 11th house, there is a tendency to withdraw from society, a significant tendency. And you may feel like you want to hide in the shadows, but there's fear and you're worried about the negative judgments of other people. You have to be aware as to whether your hermit mode is in the light or in the shadow. Hermit mode can be highly productive, but it can be highly detrimental as well if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't know what's happening, and if you kind of don't utilize it properly. I saw, how many of us did the same thing, during the pandemic? We were all locked in, and we weren't, a lot of people were eating too much or drinking too much or watching too much Netflix, or they were, whatever, and it wasn't a healthy usage of that time. Whereas a lot of other people were saying, okay, great, well, I'm going to cook more and I'm going to, work out more, and I'm going to have more time now to be able to meditate and to be in my quiet place. And, they used it as an opportunity. And so you can kind of use that as a visual. It really depends on how you use it. See, a King of Cups will go into hermit mode, regroup, and then emerge, because he's all about death, rebirth. So there has to be an emergence. So like a coming out of the hermit mode and using or doing something with the new wisdom that you've acquired in your life. Okay. All right, let's go ahead here. Let's see. Okay, I did put reversals in here. Let's pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. So let's see here. We usually talk for another 30 minutes about these cards, so just FYI on that. So we have a King of Cups here. So what else does Aries need to know about the King of Cups energy, which is what the universe needs from them? What else does the universe need from Aries here? Six of Wands reversed. Beautiful. Three of Coins and Five of Coins. Okay. Now we have the environment, the High Priest. What else does Aries need to know about their environment? Ooh, an Eight of Cups. So we got that here as well. All right, we have Seven of Swords reversed. Same thing over here. And we have a Five of Cups. Okay. So, Queen of Wands reversed. Let's take a look here. We have a Justice. Six of Swords. There's the movement. And Knight of Cups reversed. It's really strong, mature vibes coming out for Aries right now. Aries operating at the top of their game. There may be some things that you've gotten a little fed up with in certain areas of your life. A little burnt out, a little tired, a little annoyed. Ooh, Ace of Cups and an Ace of... See, here's the promise that you need to be able to say no to that King of Swords. Beautiful Queen of Cups. We got a King of Swords upright this time with a Queen of Wands and a Death card. Yeah, Nine of Swords, Three of Wands. Really not feeling that King of Swords reversed at all. Really not feeling it. Six of Coins. We have a Magician. King of Wands. I really like the King energy coming out for you. Most of it, with the exception of that King of Swords reversed. And then we have the Page of Cups. Well, okay, so I'm just going to take the top of each of these. So we had the Lovers, and we have... I hate it when I see them because then I want to take them all. And then it's like way too many cards. But, you know, I saw them all. We got Two of Swords. We got Knight of Coins. We got the King of Coins. All right, that's fine. It's a lot of clarifiers. Maybe too many, but it's fine. All right, now for the Seven of Swords. Ugh. Page of Cups, the World reversed. The Eight of Wands reversed. Whoops. The Emperor, Two of Cups upright, and the Devil, the Three of Swords, the Eight of Cups reversed. So we officially got the Eight of Cups 3 times. It's right here, here, and here. And the Sun, and then we have the Six of Wands upright at the bottom of the deck. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. If not, then I wish you guys an amazing February. Have a great month. Talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Now, we begin the reading with the Queen of Coins energy, which is the card that signifies really what the universe needs from you. Now, you honestly don't have a choice here, okay? Queen of Coins is the card that represents cardinal Earth or Capricorn, your ruling planet currently in Capricorn. Now, yes, your ruling planet is now going direct, finally, okay? But she's still in shadow, right? We can't forget that there's this final shadow phase. And for her, it's going to last until March 1st. So it's almost a whole month. And it's still going to be in Capricorn, and she's still going to be coming into another conjunction, her third conjunction during this retrograde series with Pluto. So there's still a lot finishing out. As much as I would love to say, oh yes, there's going to be all this amazing forward motion, it's all going to be great, there's this part of me that says, wait for that message until March. I'm not saying it's going to be a terrible month or anything, it's just that it's not going to have the full effect that I think you may think that it's going to have. All the planets are going direct through most of February. Mercury goes direct February 3rd. So generally speaking, the entire month of February and most of March, I forget the dates when we get our first retrograde, but anyway, they're all going to be going direct. So we have this direct season, right? We've got retrograde season and we have direct motion season. We're in that now. But there's still things, Queen of Coins coming out, that says you're still going to have faith here. You're going to have patience here. Remember, she's my gardener. And gardeners understand a thing or two about patience. They understand about planting a seed and providing the proper environment and allowing things to grow in their own time. You're in creation mode right now. We have the magician over here in the environment. You are waving this magic wand. You are creating things. And I think they're big things. Right? I don't think they're just like small, little, minuscule, whatever things. I think they're life-changing things. It's life-changing amounts of money. It's a life-changing type of lifestyle. It's a life-changing career shift. So it's not like you want to rush anyway. And I feel like through this time, through Venus going direct now, in Capricorn, we have this a time to give rather than take, that there, although I feel that it's a little bit of forced giving here, if I'm being honest. It's like there's high demands for you at work, there's high demands for you at home, there's high demands within a relationship, there's high demands, and your energy, your essence, your soul, your joy needs to be dedicated toward those things right now. That there are certain areas of your life that require watering. And I think you know exactly what that is. And I think the Taurians who are avoidant, right, those who avoid those things are going to be very sorry that they avoided those things. And when I say sorry, I don't mean, that there's going to be a punishment or anything. It just means that they may have regrets. Because there is this massive door opening. And we have this card here that says plants, and it's growth. Right? So we think of plants, which is beautiful for an earth sign like yourself. We think of growth. We have the gardener energy here. You are growing a full garden, a garden that will bear huge amounts of fruit. I mean, I'm seeing all these flowers here and all the flowers here. I feel strongly that what it is that you've been putting out there will have very high rewards. And with this water element sensing card, I suspect that you feel the same as well. Vibrational alignment, it tells me that you are emotionally, right, water element, aligned with this thing, with this new life that you are aiming towards. And we know that Taurus is going to be going through significant shifts because of the eclipses, because of the North Node now coming through Taurus. 2022 is going to be a huge year for Taurus, also Scorpio, also Aquarius and Leo. Actually for everybody, but all in our own ways. But especially for Taurus, because you're the host. You're the host of this North Node. So there's a quality of getting into alignment, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's all going to happen right away. And this is where Venus Retrograde in Capricorn has a lot to teach us. And this is where our own internal sense of empowerment truly comes from, which is our ability to put something out there into the vibrational world and have faith and trust that it will manifest in the physical realm when you're truly ready. And I think you are feeling very ready. You're ready to be ready at the very minimum. And the more ready to be ready that you are, the more and more in alignment you get. See, when you're really ready, truly ready, then that thing can come to you. It's a lot easier to come. When you're truly in that alignment, it shows up. And I think you're getting there slowly but surely, and you're starting to understand how to manipulate your own vibration. And the environment, now, I also feel that there are going to be events in your life that sort of nurture this particular quality within you. There may be triggers in the environment, there may be difficult people, there may be situations that don't go smoothly still. There may be a lot of hard work. There may be a lot of what may feel like depriving yourself of luxurious things. And all of those things may be very triggering for you because, yes, you may feel a little out of control. But it's how you deal with that. It's how you vibrationally and emotionally handle it. So the circumstances that you're in are very specifically put in your life so that you can learn how to truly stand in the magician's shoes. Because when I see the Ace of Coins and the Ace of Cups both in the reversal, it tells me like, look, these things are coming. They're definitely coming. It's just a matter of time. And because Capricorn does have a lot to do with, the test of time, I I would say it's probably in your best interest to remove time out of the equation altogether and never think about it. Never think about when. Because I think when you start thinking about when, and also when you start thinking about how, it sort of takes you out of alignment. Because it puts a layer of anxiety and fear. There's a stressor there. But these are literally in the cards for you. Whatever it is, material stuff and emotional stuff. It could be, yes, a relationship. It could be happiness, joy, fulfillment, satisfaction. It could be lots of money, sense of self-value. A lot of different things can come with both of these. And the star, which we love because it's Aquarius season. And for you, Aquarius is a really great sign because it activates, it's 10th house activation, right? So this has a lot to do with your place in the world, which is probably one of the reasons why a time to give rather than take, probably why there are a lot of demands for you, especially as we begin February with a Sun-Saturn conjunction with a new moon in Aquarius. You know, there's a quality there of duty. Like, there's just things you must do. You must show up. Saturn is like the servant of the zodiac, as much as he can represent, government and power and all that kind of stuff. But really, he's more the servant class, and he works very, 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 very hard. That's one of the reasons why he succeeds and why he always ends up on top, is because of his ability to work very hard. But see, here in Aquarius, he's not here to really work with his hands. He's here to work with his mind. And that's where the magician really comes in. And you may be feeling that battle between my ruler is doing my planetary ruler Venus is over in Capricorn, which is all about working with your hands. And she is teaching me all about my values and my pleasures and my resistance and all of the things that have been holding me back all these years. And she's teaching me so many great things. But the sun coming in contact with Saturn in Aquarius is saying, you don't really have to work that hard in the physical. The majority of the work must be done in the mental realm, in the intellectual realm, in the vibration. Oops. Didn't mean to spin that around, but in the vibrational realm. And by approaching whatever it is you're hoping to achieve in your life, by approaching it like that, I feel like there's going to be a disconnect between you and everybody else, because no one else is going to see it that way unless they're very well versed in this kind of stuff, right? Unless they are seekers and esoteric students themselves. Now we have this prostitute card. I'm just going to read the light attribute and the shadow attribute. We may tie it in later, but this card organically came out for you, so I'm just going to say what it says. So the light attribute says, accentuates the challenge of surviving without negotiating the power of your spirit. Yeah, negotiating. For some of those, it's like negating. No, negotiating the power of your spirit. So accentuates the challenge of surviving without negotiating the power of your spirit. And then shadow attribute places material considerations and security above self-empowerment. So this is where power really comes from, right? Or this is a chance for you to act and to behave and to fully embrace your truest sense of empowerment here. And I'm kind of getting a sense that this is such a weird thing to think and say, but I feel like other people are wanting you to kind of sell out. They're wanting you to take the low-hanging fruit. Like they just genuine, and I'm specifically looking at this Queen of Wands reversed. Now, I don't mind a Queen of Wands reversed, but I mind it because I feel like her opinions are very sharp and they are very in your head and very in your face. So this is probably someone in your life. Doesn't have to be, a divine feminine person. It could be a divine masculine person as well. But someone who is very abrasive, abrupt with their opinions, probably a fire energy, a fire moon, or a fire Mercury of some kind, or they may have a strong Mars placement as well. This is someone who does not have faith. This is someone who constantly gives their power away. Okay? This is going to be someone who will egg you on or encourage you to take the low-hanging fruit, right? Let's say that you are wanting to start a business and you have this amazing idea for this business, but it's going to require a substantial amount of money in order to get you truly going. Well, this is probably someone who is going to encourage you to just kind of start a side hustle and just start doing it slowly. But you know that by doing it slowly means you probably won't be able to start off right? You won't have the quality product that you genuinely need, or you can't provide the quality service that you truly want. Like, you know that you have to go big up front. Okay? Listening to their logic is going to kill the dream. Listening to their logic is and even the Knight of Coins as well. This is a Virgo energy. We kind of have an Aries and Virgo quality coming out. And we know that when Aries is, now it doesn't have to be an Aries person, okay? But I do sense that this is someone who, like I say, strong Mercury or strong Mars placement, a little abrasive, that kind of thing, a little abrupt in their approach. Plus we have the criticism and the judgmentalism of the Virgo archetype, which is negative with the reversal here. I get this feeling that there are a lot of low vibrational people very, very close by who don't understand how you are choosing to go about doing something because they are so used to doing it in a very specific way. They think that you have to work your butt off in order to achieve anything, right? They think you have to line everything up and do everything in a specific way, and you're over here saying, but I don't think that that's really how it needs to be done. I don't think that I have to wait for this. I don't think that I have to draw this out. I think that I really can sell my idea and go big at the beginning like I need to. I think I really can do that. And this is going to be that chance to alchemize with your power and your magician, to really stand in those magician's shoes and really cancel out a lot of the noise, because these are probably people who have placed material considerations and security above their self-empowerment, which is why they are reversed. So you don't want to be listening to any people who are disempowered right now, none at all. And you definitely don't want to be listening to anybody that takes a negative spin on everything. Okay, you may not know how this is going to go. You may not know how this is truly going to pan out. You may actually have no idea what the next step is even going to look like. Chances are you actually don't. You don't know what the next steps are going to look like. And here we have this Eight of Coins reversed. You're just doing what you do. And I think that you're in this great place of, I know this sounds like a negative thing, but I don't see it being a negative thing. It's kind of like you're on an autopilot. And you're kind of just doing what you need to do. You're just going to work. You're living your life. You're But that autopilot, that sort of numb feeling, that sort of just going through the motions is actually, there's an emptiness there, which is good, because that emptiness means that your higher self can really communicate with you. You're not overthinking things. You're not in this state of, hyper-analysis or worry or anything like that. You're just open, the star. You're open. You're available. You're available to your higher self. You're available to your soul. You're available to receive information regarding what steps to take next, who to call next. These people are not in vibrational alignment. You are going to be, the word that's coming to my mind is bombarded by people who are not in vibrational alignment. Most family members, a lot of people at work, people within your neighborhood or your social group, you know, people around you. And the contrast is going to feel huge. And then there will be people, I don't see them specifically in this reading, but there will be people who are in alignment. Maybe you follow them on social media or something, right? And those are the people that you're going to start to feel a very real kinship with. And this King of Coins, which is the card of Taurus, says, okay, I have faith in my methodology. I have faith in my way of doing this. And I'm just going to sit back. I'm going to lean back. I'm going to relax. I'm going to chill out, because these energies are not chill at all. And they're going to look at the fact that these haven't arrived yet. And they're like, see, you can't just sit there and wait for it. You can't just do this. You can't do that. You can't. And they're just going to like really hit on that. And it's going to remind you of how you used to think of things. It's going to remind you how powerful the mind truly is. And you're going to realize that these are two people who are creating their own reality, which is exactly why they don't have it. The goal is to do the opposite of what the people that don't have the stuff are doing. And then we have this Page of Coins reversed, similar to the Ace of Coins and the Ace of Cups reversed. It's like everything is culminating, but it's not fully landing in your life, right? It's not showing up. It's not knocking on the door. It's not in your inbox quite yet, but it's around. And I think this reading is here to help you have faith. Sometimes I read the comments and I have to just laugh a little bit, because some people, like especially on my love readings that I do on Friday, it's like they look around, they're like, there's no one. No one is ever there, and I'm just going to be single my whole life, right? And they have that resentment edge and that tone. I even hate even saying it or repeating it for the sake of this reading, but as an example. But when you really think about it, you actually really have no idea how close by something might be. You really don't know. Like, you literally could go to run an errand today and something could happen that could potentially change your entire life. You could meet the love of your life. You could go grab a cup of coffee at this new coffee shop today, and all of a sudden, your whole life trajectory is different. So just because you might not be able to perceive these does not mean that they are not really close by. They are here in this reading. They are literally in the cards, which means they are very close. So the Six of Swords reverse says, I actually kind of like that this indicates kind of a lack of movement, because it's saying like, you're perfect where you are. You're perfect where you are. You don't necessarily have to make any changes. You don't have to move on from anything. You just have to continue doing what you do. Continue doing and being exactly who and what you're like. You're perfectly doing it perfect. You're doing it perfectly. So don't stress on that. Don't stress on yourself too much. It doesn't have to be complicated. These are people who are trying to complicate everything. It really does not need to be at all. All right, so got reversals in here. We're going to pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive reading. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for like 30 minutes additional about these cards. So let's take a look here. Queen of Coins. So what else does Taurus need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Six of Cups. Beautiful. Ace of Wands. See, I love that. It's like blindly following the joy in your life, and an Ace of Swords. Ooh, so we got 2 aces here. We got all the aces represented, which tells me that something is initiating. You can't tell. I know you can't tell, but something is initiating or has been initiated. The environment, 3 of Swords. Yeah, makes sense. 9 of Swords. This is why you can't listen to people. This is what they have going on. This is why you can't listen to people. 5 of Cups. Ooh, brutal. This is not you. This is like other people. This is what's going on out there. This is not where you should be placing your faith at all. Okay, and I think that has a lot to do with the Queen and the Knight of Coins. Or Queen of Wands and Knight of Coins, rather. All right, so now let's take a look here. We're going to clarify the Ace of Coins. What else does Taurus need to know regarding the Ace of Coins? Let's see. Okay, we have another 6 of Swords reversed and a 2 of Wands. And an 8 of Coins. The Star. 5 of Coins reversed. Definitely feels like you're trying to get out of something. You know, you might not quite have a super clear idea of where you want to go, but you clearly want to get out of something. 7 of Swords, rather. And 9 of Cups. Okay, 8 of Coins reversed. We have a Knight of Swords. King of Cups. And a Wheel of Fortune. Beautiful. Now for the Ace of Cups reversed. Queen of Coins. Again, same over here. Queen of Coins. Moon reversed. Hanged Man. This is where the patience, I think, this is what Venus in Capricorn, her retrograde, has really showed you a lot about. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. The Hierophant. Three of Coins. And the Star. Beautiful. Knight of Wands. 6 of Coins. 2 of Cups. Now we have the 6 of Wands reversed. Another Ace of Wands. 3 of Wands. Knight of Cups. King of Swords. High Priestess. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. And then we have the 6 of Swords reversed, which is 10 of Cups, 4 of Coins, and a Page of Coins, and then Temperance reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you so much, Taurus. You guys know I love you and I wish you nothing but the best. Take care. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and dive right in with the Queen of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe really needs from you. Now, she came out twice. She's right here, Queen of Wands, and she's here. So she's a presence for real. And she gives me the feeling of focus and determination. It's kind of one of those I'm going to let the world burn behind me with this fire back here. I'm going to let the whole world burn behind me, and I'm just going to keep doing me. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to become a destructive person unless you're, manifesting or negatively manifesting the Gemini energy. You're not going to be destructive, but you're also not going to hold yourself accountable for things that you really should not be holding yourself accountable for. And there's a quality of empowerment here. And I'm just going to skip ahead actually to this archetype card over here that says, we got the Thief card. Now, I love this deck because we have both a light attribute and a shadow attribute, so I'm going to read both. The light attribute says, sheds light on the potential wealth within you that can never be stolen. And then we have the shadow attribute, which says stealing money, creative ideas, affection, or other powers that you think you lack. I think you're going to really be the embodiment of the light attribute of this, which is shedding light on the potential wealth within you that can never be stolen. Now, this Venus retrograde was no joke. I haven't spoken to a single person that talks about how lovely it was. I think we all are kind of coming off of this. Now, to be fair, Venus is still in shadow through the whole of February. I think March and April are going to be much, much better in a lot of ways. Maybe some volatility there through Aquarius, but generally speaking, it will be much better. Especially to have that 8th house activated yet again. For you guys got hit so hard in the 8th house the past few years. It's like, oh my God, another 8th house thing. Ugh. But I think we're kind of coming off of it kind of the way you come off of a hangover. You might not be like running out of the gate, boom, but at least you're still like coming into a place of normalcy. And you're just going to kind of have to allow things to burn behind you, allow people to freak out, allow people to have a problem with it or to think whatever, and just like let it be whatever it needs to be without you losing your dignity, without you losing your composure, or without you losing your elegance and your grace. There are attributes that people can never steal from you. There are talents, there is knowledge, there is wisdom that no one can take away from you. And it is that knowledge, that wisdom, that literacy, that connection with source that you need to live in right now. Because I think you have a vision for your future. Hold your vision. And right now, with the energy the way it is and the way it feels, and I think a lot of people right now are accepting defeat. And right now, we need to be doing the opposite of that. We need to be saying, you know what? It may be a little volatile right now, might be a little bit weird. It may feel like an opportunity is never going to open up, but I'm not going to judge the overall success of my path by just one little moment in time. I'm going to keep my vision. I'm going to hold my focus strong, and I'm going to be determined to continue moving in this direction no matter what. And I don't know that there's tons of action for you to do right now. This is more just in spirit. In spirit, you are going to be holding your focus. You are going to be holding this determination, because I'll tell you what, we've got a card that says triumphant success, and we have a card that says completion, which tells me that things are coming together. Can you see it? No. Do you have evidence of it? No. But Venus is also, in Capricorn still, in the 8th house, forcing this transformative quality into your life, whether you like it or not. See, I feel like Venus sort of really shoved us into kind of a new sphere that maybe we thought we were ready for, but maybe we actually weren't to some degree. But it doesn't matter, because she's just like, oh, well, who cares? I don't care if you're ready. Boom, you're going in. Like, you have to go in. You have to go into the fire. You have to go into this new realm. Like, she just is not going to allow stagnancy. Is that a word? Stagnation. There we go. She will not allow stagnation. Now we have this Saturn return card, which is age, and I often feel wisdom here. You are operating from a place of wisdom from your life. Now, I don't care if you're 18 years old and have never gone through a Saturn return before, or if you're 78 years old and been through a couple of them, right? I don't care, but you do have the wisdom that you need. And to have faith in that wisdom and to understand that wisdom means to truly listen to the self that is always connected to source, the part of you that is never afraid. Now, I have this other card here that says separation is needed. So hold your vision. It's going to work out okay. It will come to a point of completion, but separation is needed. Now, I don't know from whom or from what, but I think you'll know what that is. I think you'll know what that means. It could be an aspect of yourself. It could be another person. It could be a place. It could be a job, a home, a relationship with parents. I don't know. I'm sure you know what that means. See, I look at this Judgment card and it's in the reverse. And I feel like even with the Magician in the reverse here, we've got Judgment and the Magician in reverse. It's like having a hard time taking flight. I feel like you feel anchored down. We have the Devil upright. The Devil is upright. We have a Saturn return card. There is a quality of density. There is a quality of heaviness. Oh, sorry, I forgot to talk about the High Priest in the environment position. Now, let me just skip ahead over here. When this comes out in the environment position, it's likely that there is a person in your life that you respect, that has a voice or an influence in your moment right now. When this card, well, actually, this card came out first. So when this card came out underneath this card, I couldn't help but intuitively link these two. Now, I'm not saying this person doesn't deserve your respect. I'm not saying that they don't hold their own keys. They literally have keys on the card. I'm not saying they don't have a lot of great answers or advice. But I also feel like this is not you. And they can't live your life for you. And their advice, while it may be great for them, may in some way be a thief in its own right. And you're going to have to be aware when either you yourself, stealing from your future, stealing from your power, okay? Either you are stealing or other people are stealing from you. And I don't mean that in a derogatory, negative, always look out for the bad guy kind of ways. It's just an energy thing. Queen of Wands does not let anyone steal from her. And she's not guarded in a kind of like protective, keep it out, guarded way. She protects herself through her light. She protects herself through her joy and through her laughter and through her bliss. So there can still be love and respect here, but I question this person's ability to advise you with your vision at this moment. I'm not saying for always, it's just this card made me feel a little bit uneasy about a blind trust in some kind of an authority figure, or a blind trust in tradition, or a blind trust in culture. I don't like that for you right now. And I know that Venus in retrograde in Capricorn, plus we've got Mars in Capricorn as well. So there is this element of carrying on the traditional and the current structures. But Saturn over in Aquarius is trying to change all of that. So there may be a little bit of a push-pull or a feeling of like maybe you're a little bit worried that you might be letting someone down. Okay? So what I was saying before is that it may feel like you're a little bit anchored with this Devil. You're a little bit weighted down. And again, like I say, this is the moment where a lot of people will accept defeat. But for you guys, you have to know that we have a card of triumphant success, meaning this is all going to work out. You're going to get the things that you want. You're going to move in the direction that you want. Things will work in your favor, but you are being tested right now in terms of your ability to hold a vibration. And this magician is looking a little shaky right now. And there's a quality of wanting to be free with the Fool. Like you kind of just want to say, forget it. And I look at this Page of Wands throwing her little wand up in the air. And as much as I love her, I don't want you to throw anything up in the air and just like pretend like it doesn't exist. Because this vision was a vision for a reason, and it probably came to you a while ago. It probably came to you in terms of what you want for lifestyle choices, what you want for relationships, what you want for money, what you want with your children, what you want for a home, what you want for your own spiritual growth and your own contribution to humanity. Like whatever your vision was, materialistic or not, I don't care. You have to hold that vibration, and you have to be aware of when that vibration is getting weak. Because this Venus retrograde, I think she highlighted both the intensity and the weakness. She provided us that contrast of really, really wanting something, and that contrast of, well, I'm never going to get it. So it was kind of like both. And we got to experience both, and we got to experience the feelings that came along with both. And the more analytical you can be about, and when I say analytical, I mean detached and not emotionally involved, and say, well, this thought patterning made me feel good. This thought patterning made me feel not so good. So really, where on this spectrum do I really want to be? We want to be on the side that feels good, which means you're going to have to consciously conjure up those thoughts and emotions that direct you in the direction that feels best. Now, this Knight of Coins reverse, this is interesting because it came out in this exact same position for Taurus as well. Now, I feel like this is a Virgo energy or a very mercurial energy. And we do have Mercury retrograde for the first couple of days. February 3rd, he goes back direct, comes back conjunct Pluto, and then moves into Aquarius. This mercurial energy, though, is, I think, overdoing it a little bit. And I think it's someone else. I don't think it's you. I really don't think this is someone who understands your passion. They don't understand your fire. They don't understand your spirit. And I feel that this person is very lost, and I feel like this is one of the reasons why you're struggling with holding your magic hands in place, okay? And this is why maybe you may go to the high priest, whoever that is in your life. It doesn't have to be a person you necessarily know, all right? This could also be a social media influencer, or someone whose books you've read, or some doctor that you listen to all the time, a podcast, whatever. This is someone who has some form of influence in your life, whether you personally know them or not. And so you may go here looking for advice with this, when really both of these things may be thieves in their own kind of way, or thieves rather, in their own kind of way. This one a little bit more obvious, a little bit more of an energy drain. This one a little bit more of an arrogant presence. But also because of that person, and I think you're going to have an initial rejection of advice that you receive. Initial rejection of... See, when you have Saturn going through the 9th house, I'm just going to lay it out for you. When you've got Saturn in the 9th house, it's very hard to truly devote. That's the word probably best to use, it's very difficult to truly devote yourself to a spiritual leader, really. I mean, you can listen to what they say, but the devotion may be very difficult to come by. So you're not just going to be blindly devoted to this person. So there's that immediate rejection or suspicion, right? Of like, okay, well, let me think about this for a minute. Let me think about what that person is really saying. And what are they really saying about this Knight of Coins? And what is this Knight of Coins really doing? Like, I feel like you are tapping into a level of your intuition, which makes sense with Jupiter in Pisces, that has, unless you naturally or in your natal chart have Jupiter in Pisces or another beautiful set of planets like a moon or something in Pisces. But it's just maybe not your normal approach. It's not your normal way of going about doing things. Like, you don't really have a firm foundational reason or reasoning for why you're rejecting that advice. Again, the way to deal with this Knight of Coins, who might be lost in their life, especially financially, especially career-wise, they're very disempowered. Okay, this is someone who's very disempowered. It's someone who does not have faith in themselves and who doesn't really see themselves for what they really are. Because every zodiac or every tarot card of the court cards, the kings, the queens, the pages, and the knights, they all have high quality aspects to them, similar to the light and the shadow. But it's the person's choice as to whether they are going to access the shadow or live in the light. And I think this is someone who's living a little bit too much in the shadow because they have had so much external influence and they have yet to work through that. See, when we're talking about Venus, we have to talk about other people. Venus is the natural ruler of Libra, and we have the Libra card here with the Justice card. So there is that other side of the scale. There's the mirroring component. Now, a mirror can go a couple different ways. It can mirror back exactly what you are, or it can mirror back what you do or don't want for comparison or contrast, so you can know. And I think this is a mirror about where you have been in the past, but you're not there anymore. And it's a very clear line between where they are and where you are. The problem is that you haven't fully separated from that particular vibration, and therefore this person is still showing up. And it's causing a little bit of, again, difficulty taking flight. It's like you're trying to like a little bird trying to learn how to fly, but you've got like your little foot tied to a brick kind of thing. And you're like, oh my gosh, like I just really want to just fly. I just really want to go high and achieve and do all these amazing things. But, oh dear Lord, like this person is just, like they are just a thorn in my paw, you know? And so how do you separate yourself from this vibration? First of all, you have to acknowledge it, right? That's definitely 100% the first step. And then you have to understand that there is a reflection going on of some kind. And then you get to choose. Now you get to choose the 10 of Cups, which is what exactly the Queen of Wands would choose every single time, which is the happiness. Look, if you can't find yourself like truly making the magic happen right now, focus on immediate joys. And I'm not saying to shirk all your responsibilities and to not pay bills. I mean, like you still like go live your life, but also live your life as consciously happy as you possibly can, because that is a choice. No one is stopping you from doing that. That is the one freedom that absolutely can never be taken away from you. Okay? And I feel like this is what you're doing. 10 of Cups with the Queen of Wands. You're choosing to live in the light, and you are choosing to clarify your frequency. You see, because what might be happening, and we talk so much in this like new age community and spirituality and esoteric teachings and all that. We teach so much about vibration and frequency and all that. And that's all very well and good. But we don't talk enough about, a lot of people talk about multidimensionality, but a lot of people refer to that as like, in different dimensions, different realms, different worlds, different galaxies, whatever. But we also have to keep in mind on a more micro scale that multidimensionality is holding multiple frequencies simultaneously that may be close together here on Earth, here in this experience, that might be canceling each other out, if that makes sense. I may not be explaining this perfectly, but if you are holding a love and light frequency, boo, here she is, Queen of Wands, holding passion, focus, determination, holding your vision, doing all this great stuff. But if there is still a frequency going on in the background about not deserving something, well, then you're going to be attracting a disempowered person. So the question is what frequency is still present? What emotion, what thought pattern is still present? Because that is what needs to change. That is what needs to transform. I'm going to tell you what, this Knight of Coins and this High Priest, they're doing you a huge favor right now. It may be annoying, it may be frustrating, but they're doing you a massive favor. They're doing you a favor by accentuating what needs to evolve. 8th house Venus, 8th house Mars, and Venus and Mars are going to be very close together all month. We got the Mercury thing going on, we got Pluto involved. So this is your time to, when I say shine, what I really mean is this is your time to change, and like to really change. Sometimes I think we tell ourselves, like, for example, let me use this as an example. I've done this in the past. Let's say you do like a new moon or a full moon ceremony, okay? And you tell yourself you're going to, write these intentions on a piece of paper, and you're going to cut the cord, and you have your ceremonial scissors, and you have your ceremonial ribbon or rope, and you write everything out, and you burn candles, and you do this whole ceremony. You get the scissors, and boom, you cut the cord. I think that's a great symbol, but I don't think it's deep enough. Because what this would feel like is an actual feeling of relief. Because you're going to know that this Knight of Coins is going to be leaving your life. And you're going to know that even if they do sort of saunter back in a little bit, that your light is going to be so bright, that your magic is going to be so powerful, that they are not going to be able to bear to be in the same room with you. And that the rejection or like the ricochet truly happens because you are light and bright. And that's what the 10 of Cups is really all about. And this is what's evening out. All of 2022 is ruled by Venus. This whole year is a Venus year for us as a world. Maybe not your own personal year number, but that's okay. We can still have that overlying world energy of Venus. This is about coming into adjustment. And I think this is an adjustment that has been, it's overdue, right? Saturn return, age, it's overdue. You're at a time and in a place now where this type of anchor really cannot continue with you. It really just can't. So things are changing, and it's a very profound change, although it is subtle. And like I said before, it may feel like it's like a hangover that you're having a really hard time recovering from. It's not like this whole feeling of like everything is perfect and la-di-da and it's all roses and ponies and rainbows and all that. It probably won't feel like that. Probably not till March, or at least until Venus enters Pisces anyway. Let's pull out the clarifiers. Okay. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 30 minutes about these cards, so just FYI on that. Okay, so we're clarifying the Queen of Wands, which is a card that signifies what the universe needs from you. So 8 of Coins and 7 of Cups. We'll do one more. What else does Gemini need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? We have 10 of Swords, the anchor, right? Now we have the High Priest, the environment, 6 of Wands. Yeah, something's weird about that High Priest over there. He kind of rubs me the wrong way. Not gonna lie. 2 of Coins. Six of Cups. Okay. Alrighty. Now, hold on. Wrong deck. What am I looking for? Okay. Oh, hold on. I just dropped a card. I'm so sorry. Okay. Gosh, that was so much more complicated than it needed to be. All right. Now we have the Judgment card. Focusing on the Judgment card. Strength. Beautiful. What else for Judgment reverse for Gemini? We have 3 of Cups and the Empress. Star and 3 of Coins. And 9 of Swords. Interesting. Makes sense with the Devil. Now for the other Queen of Wands. Ace of Coins. 6 of Wands. This one's upright, right? Whereas this one over here is reversed, and the 5 of Coins. Now for the Fool. 10 of Wands. Yeah, there's something heavy, like it's like really hard to get this momentum going with this Venus going direct this month. I'm not quite sure. It's just, I think Venus is really tired of being in Capricorn. Like really, really tired. Page of Swords. And we have the Wheel of Fortune. Excellent. Now the Magician. The Lovers, which is the Gemini card, so I love that for you guys. Ace of Wands and 4 of Wands. Beautiful. Knight of Coins. Take a look at this Knight of Coins. Knight of Wands. Three of Swords. 4 of Coins. Yeah. It's a hard day when you have to just like admit like this person's not going to change. Right? They're not ready. Their pain is too painful. 8 of Swords. And the Emperor reversed. Justice, Page of Coins reversed. Chariot. Another page, interesting. Now 10 of Cups. Another Ace of Swords, which is similar to this Triumphant Success card, which tells me that your 10 of Cups scenario is an inevitability. Queen of Swords. and Judgment upright this time. And then we have a Two of Wands. Beautiful Two of Wands right next to the Hold Your Vision card. I love it. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, link in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing February. You know how much I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Cancer, welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. I just adjusted the cards a little bit to accommodate for Miss Annie. As always, she shows up for the Cancer reading. She clearly loves your guys' energy a lot. So let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, when this card came out, my knee-jerk reaction, I had this sort of sarcastic voice that showed up and was like, where's your sense of adventure, right? Like, come on, Cancer, where's your sense of adventure? Come on. You know, it was kind of like an egging you on or like daring you, you know? And I kind of see my Cancers as being little daredevils. You're like secret, closeted daredevils. You know, you're always kind of trying new things and reaching out and putting yourself out there in ways that I don't think you get enough credit for. But I also feel like with the heavy Capricorn over the past few years, that there was a lot of focus on the structure and the discipline. And we have a discipline card over here. And you know, like the building of things and laying foundations and building businesses and building relations. There was so much about the institutions in your life that when Jupiter and Saturn came conjunct at the very end of 2020, right? I'm talking more than a year ago now. At the end of 2020, Jupiter, Saturn conjunct, Cancer just went a little crazy and that with that 8th house transit, right? Just like, you know what? I'm free. I'm wanting to, you know, so you kind of went the other way. You went the other way in terms of the rules. You went from maybe more traditional to very non-traditional. You went from very structured to being not so structured or whatever it was. There was a big flip-flop or a big turnaround for you. And with the whole year of 2021 being about Saturn conjunct Uranus, of course, there was a lot of rules to break. But the question is which rules were you really breaking, and were you breaking enough rules? Because I'm feeling like when, let's say you live a more traditional lifestyle and then you're like, you know what, this isn't for me, so I'm going to go the other way, and you start going more rebellious, whatever that means. I'm being very generic here, but whatever that means, you start going more rebellious. That the rebellion itself is also sort of honed in by rules. And when I see the star in the environment with a sense of adventure here, I don't want to see Cancer playing by any rules at all. Because I think rules are, don't let your past hold you back. And when I say rules, I mean like all these things that you have in your mind in terms of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and all the things that you may be taking pride in, all the ways you go against the grain and how that may make you feel a certain way. Like it's all these stories that you tell yourself. And all of those stories are products of things that you have learned in the past. And I feel like with Saturn through the 8th house, especially the second year, because it's no longer going to be in that square with Uranus. I mean, it will be by zodiac sign, but not by degree. It will come into a square with the nodes, but we can get to that later when that's actually happening. But the whole of 2022 is going to be a significant period of reinvention for Cancer, because this is 8th house. This is where we come to die. This is where the rules, Saturn, comes to die. And you have to let it die. And you have to let the traditional stuff die and the rebellious stuff die. You have to do both. Because when I look at this Queen of Cups, I see that she is completely free from all of that, from all the narratives. I see that she is led solely by heart, without a care in the world of what anybody else thinks. And I see that you've had people run away, Knight of Swords. People can't handle that level of freedom. People can't handle that level of empowerment. They can't handle that level of spontaneity. Now, there's a huge focus last year and this year on the Leo archetype. And I'm feeling Leo energy very strongly coming from here, even though it's a page. Because we've got the Uranus and North Node in Taurus. We have South Node in Scorpio. We have Saturn. And this month we have the Sun in Aquarius. Okay, so there's all the fixed energy in this sort of grand, like this T-square configuration. The kind of escape from that is Leo. And Leo is very much about the inner child. And I see that with the Six of Cups here as well. I know I didn't want to scoot this up, but we have a Six of Cups here as well. So there's this quality of purity, youthfulness, a word I want to say, but I probably shouldn't say, the curse word, but the place where we are not messed up, place where we are not traumatized, the place where we are not overthinking, where we are not boxed in any way, shape, or form. Because as much as we would like to talk about Aquarius being very free and anti-rules, it's still ruled by Saturn. There's still rules. And I still see you working to rise above those and finding this inner state of freedom. Because what I'll tell you about these people who are running away, I don't know who those people are. I don't know if it's one specific person or if it's someone you're dating or if it's a coworker or whatever. This is someone who's just like evading responsibility. They're turning their back on someone or something and they are running for the hills because they legitimately cannot face the pain that they have inside. So they just keep running and they just keep running and they just keep running. And this is someone who is essentially a slave to the narrative, a slave to the program. And they are never going to be, well, I'm not going to say never, but if they're not taking the opportunity now, then they've got a ways to go. They're going to have a ways to go in terms of their process of awakening. Okay. And I think that you're just in two very different places when it comes to how aware you are of things. Two very different places. And this is someone who is showcasing to you how dark it is when you're not awake. How dark it is when you are a slave to these rules. Right? And I think you're here in your power and you're saying, I will confront this and I will look at this and I will transcend it, because that is what happens in the 8th house, is we rise from the ashes. Now, you are very much leading with your heart space right now. And your inner voice. Now, the Hierophant is reversed in this particular reading. I don't mind the reversal. Sometimes the reversal really bothers me. This time, the reversal does not bother me because I still feel that you're on this straight and narrow path, that you are connected. It's not just about being connected with your intuition. It's not just about being intuitive. It's about having an intuitive feeling and acting in honor of that. And I think you're still fine-tuning that to a higher degree. Now, some of you are more advanced, others of you are just learning, but like wherever you are on the spectrum, you're taking it up a few notches, not just like one little notch, but like a few notches. There's a rapid increase going on here, and Jupiter is really helping out with that a lot with this beautiful trine to Cancer, right? So there's this beautiful expansion that is essential that Cancer must go through. And we have the Queen of Cups, which is the Cancer card, and we have the Chariot, which is also the Cancer card. And I feel like you can tell that there is some quality of rapid evolution going on in your life. And because of this rapid evolution, is it any wonder why people are ricocheting left and right? Why lovers aren't staying? Why coworkers can't be in your... Like, if people can't be in your energy, that actually means that you're doing something right. I'm not sensing arrogance. I'm not sensing ego. I'm not sensing power-hungry greed, all right? I'm sensing true empowerment, which is very, very threatening to a lot of disempowered people, and there are a lot of them out there right now. And I think the willingness to let these people ricochet, the willingness to let them go, is a part of this dropping all the rules. Look, fulfillment of wishes. There's no doubt in my mind that you're going to get what you want in this life, materialistically, romantically, whatever. And this is the pathway towards that. And I could sit here and talk law of attraction stuff with you guys all day long, but I don't even think it's about that. This is just about the feeling of feeling good. And it's like you're starting to associate the feeling of feeling good as the essence of your very soul. And I know that love and light gets a lot of flack nowadays, and that there are a lot of anti-love and light people out there. And I love the messaging for all of that. Like, I get it. I get what they're coming from. I get that it's all about denial and spiritual bypassing and whatever else. But love and light is actually really where we want to be. And I think you've done a lot of healing. And I think now your vision is becoming clear. Don't let your past hold you back. You don't have to continue going and doing your shadow work right now, Cancer. Unless you're in the only beginning stages of it. But I think many of you are past the beginning stages of that, to the point where you genuinely acknowledge a lot of the reasons why you're triggered, why you have the types of relationships that you have, why you've done certain things, why you've made certain choices. Like, I think you've done enough analysis. And see, like with the South Node in Scorpio, you now have this opportunity to transmute or to alchemize all of that into something more useful. It's not about just being in your feelings for the sake of being in the feelings. It's about, well, if I'm going to be in my feelings, I might as well be creating something wonderful. So I'm going to focus on that, because that's what brings me peace. That's what brings me contentment. We have this Hermit card, which says seek solitude to focus intently on inner life. And with the Queen of Cups here, not concerned at all about the ricocheting Knight of Swords. I mean, I feel like you're like, yeah, I'll be a hermit. Like, that's great. I'll do well in hermit mode right now, because that's actually affording me the opportunity to really be in my power. It's affording me the opportunity to practice understanding what I'm feeling and being able to articulate what I'm feeling in a way that, you know, like where I can actually convey the information that is usable and useful for someone else. So you're in this period of maturing. And so hermit mode comes very naturally to people who are maturing. And as a reflection on that, because with this Venus retrograde, there have been massive as above, so below mirror type of things, right? And the shadow attribute of the hermit says withdraws from society out of fear or negative judgments of others, refusing to help those in need. And I feel like the Knight of Swords is kind of harnessing the shadow attribute here, withdrawing from society because they're afraid. And I'm not just talking about like pandemic stuff. I'm just talking about them as a person, them as their life, them as who they are as people. They literally operate in fear. And I think it's plain as day now that you can see how afraid people are. Afraid, again, not pandemic stuff, but I mean afraid of getting their feelings hurt, afraid of confronting their fathers or their mothers, afraid of crying even, right? Because they think it may show weakness or something. You know, it's just like there's just so much fear. Now, you're attracting an emperor or have already attracted an emperor. I'm not quite sure exactly where this stands, but there's an emperor, boom, plopped right here in the reading. And I don't necessarily, like I had to sit with this for a second when Miss Annie was adjusting, getting comfortable. I sat with the emperor for a minute and I was like, you know, what is his deal? Like, what is his role here? Because he doesn't feel connected to the rest of the reading at all. This Two of Wands is not even looking at him. So, I don't see the connect. I'm not seeing how he's connecting. Intuitively in my soul, he just feels like a random card that plopped in. And so this could mean one of two things. It could be an indication that there is a satellite energy very, very close by to you, an emperor quality, okay? Or it could mean that someone's just going to plop in. Is going to plop into your life and they'll be in your life. Like, I don't know. I just, often an emperor is someone who is very stable and is highly intelligent, highly ambitious. Once they're in your life and once they have decided that you're someone that is valuable, which you are, Queen of Cups, this is someone that will just come and stay. And I think this whole, like, where's your sense of adventure? Because I think this emperor transcends the rules. He's not going to fit in a box. Again, it doesn't have to be romantic. I don't know what role, although there is a lot of romantic stuff going on in your chart with the South Node in the 5th and all the heavy 7th house stuff. Not to mention 8th house can be, this is debatable. A lot of people will hate me for saying this, but 8th house can also be a deeply romantic house as well. I've seen a lot of people attract incredible love during 8th house transits. Although it could also be a business partnership or someone with whom you share resources, all right? So it doesn't have to be romantic. It can be professional, monetary, or whatever. But this is someone likely that you will have some kind of a commitment for a very long time with, all right? And they transcend the rules. They are neither traditional nor rebellious. They're very, like, it's not even in the middle. It's just above. It's above the spectrum. It's above the scale. And the reason why he or she, whatever it ends up to be, you know, but the emperor is someone that doesn't play the small game. He doesn't play the polarity game. He doesn't play the picking a side game, because by picking a side, he knows that it limits him. He plays all sides. And that's why he's so successful. Right? And the emperor will be a successful person, or is a successful person if this person has already showed up. We had the Two of Wands, which is about the vision. Now, the Emperor is a part of your vision. It's just that you can't envision this person. They don't fit in a mold. Like, you can sit in your dream state all day long and you can do a rundown of all the attributes you would like to see in someone, or all the qualities that you want in a new home or a new job or whatever. You can list all the things. And this person, they won't fit in that mold, but they'll be better than what you can even concoct yourself. I'm not saying don't hold the vision, but I am saying don't be honed in by rules. Because when I look at this Three of Cups, there's a connection with the star here. And I like the visual on this. So even though the Three of Cups can also very much be about friendship and your social groups and things like that, in this particular instance, I see this as a card of great appreciation. Your appreciation for how magical the universe truly is and how magical your own magical abilities truly are. And I feel as though this particular reinvention that you're going through, I'm not going to say it's going to be like a final thing, because nothing is ever final and nothing is ever truly complete. But this is something that is going to be setting you up for years of success to come in every area of your life, not just one area. And it's because you're dropping the stories, all of them, all the stories, rebellious or traditional, right? Left or right, up or down, feminine, masculine, whatever the dualities are, you just drop them. And you also don't work to convince, because your energy does the talking for you. So there should never be any energy here with the Knight of Cups, Knight of Swords, trying to get the Knight of Swords to understand you or to follow you or to listen to you. There's just no satisfaction there at all. Your upgrade is happening so fast. Why slow yourself down? Alrighty, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. Got reversals in here. Okay, so for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are going to be the cards that we will cover in the comprehensive reading. So the link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Page of Wands and see what comes through for the Page of Wands. What else does Cancer need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Oh, just FYI, we normally talk for like 30 minutes about these cards, okay? All right, so Eight of Swords. Where is your sense of adventure? Ten of Cups. Seven of Cups. And we have Eight of Wands. Another Three of Cups. The universe is very supportive in terms of resources for you right now, which is really, really great. Okay, now for the Two of Swords reversed. Three of Swords. Strength. And a Nine of Wands. Oops, sorry, baby. Queen of Cups. Let's take a look here. Queen of Coins. Judgment card. And I feel like that one. It's another Two of Wands. Beautiful. Connected here. Tell me about the Knight of Swords. Ace of Swords. Love that. None of you should be getting confused by your Knights of Swords. It's totally not worth it. Eight of Cups reversed. And a Hierophant. Okay. Now for the Six of Cups, which I know you can barely see. Star, another star card here. The Devil. And the Temperance card. Now for the Hierophant in the center, we have the Moon. King of Swords. Seven of Wands. Six Six of Wands. Two of Coins. Two of Swords. Now for the Emperor. Tell me who this Emperor is. King of Wands reversed. Three of Coins reversed. Seven of Coins. Let's do one more for the Emperor. And okay, well, Queen of Cups. There you are. Two of Wands. Another Chariot card. We love that. Four of Wands. We also love that. And Six of Coins. Last three cards. Page of Coins. Oh, we got two. Knight of Coins, Six of Swords reversed. Queen of Wands, bottom of the deck. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys know I love you. Have an amazing February. Talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, Leo, let's go ahead and get into this reading. Now, actually, well, before I get into it, really, I've been really struggling with your set of cards specifically. Sometimes it's because a Mercury retrograde is happening. Other times it's because something I have going on. But when I'm sitting down with the Leo energy, I feel like this huge... Like I keep looking at this 10 of Wands. I'm just going to skip to the 10 of Wands. We'll get to all the rest later. But I look at this 10 of Wands and I just see that there is this feeling of trying so hard to push through the obstacles. And this feeling that you have to do it all by yourself. Like when you look at what's in front of you, when you look at your situation at your job, or you look at your relationship, or you look at, a task that needs to be accomplished. And there's that feeling of, I don't want to go so dark as to say dread, because I don't think it's dark like that. I just think that it's a very heavy weight on your shoulders. And there can be a lot of stress there, and there can be a lot of tension. And one thing that I'm feeling, and again, I'll get to these cards in a minute, but I don't feel like these are that important as much as the 9-card block. Because when I look at the Sun, which is a Leo card, versus the Star, which is the Aquarius card. Now let's talk about the astrology for a second, right? Because the Sun is over in Aquarius, in your opposite house, conjunct Saturn, okay? And Saturn and the Sun shining its light, right? Or the lessons through Saturn back on that first house has a lot to do with self. And it has a lot to do with your connection with all other things and how you play a role. You as an individual are like the ocean in a drop, right? The holographic universe concept. You are the entire universe. You are the entire ocean in a drop. But there's also a bigger part of all of this too. And I feel like now is a really, really, really good time for you to take a moment and breathe and to really connect with, I want to say the ancestors. That's what I want to say. I want to say the ancestors. To connect with your spiritual gurus, whether that's like a Jesus or a Buddha or, some other spirit or life form. And I feel like you should ask them for assistance with this 10 of Wands thing, whatever it is. Because when I look, again, I'm sorry, I'm going all out of order for you guys, but maybe you guys need to go all out of order. Maybe there needs to be a little bit of chaos in your life, a little bit of unpredictability here with Uranus coming through the 10th. There needs to be a massive shakeup and a massive change in Leo's life. Like, I think you would go crazy. Like, are you not going crazy with all the things that are like just the same? You have to be going crazy right now. The North Node is in Taurus. You got Uranus in the 10th house. Like I can't imagine I can't imagine you guys just being super okay with everything staying exactly the way it is, not with Jupiter in the 8th house, not with that Venus retrograde that just happened. Like, there's no way. Because this Wheel of Fortune, I'm going to tell you one thing about this Wheel of Fortune. This Wheel of Fortune does not like to work hard. It matches an alignment, vibrational alignment. It connects with the vibration and it delivers according to that vibration. But if there is some push-pull going on and you're saying, well, I really want this thing over here, but then you're also holding a vibration of fear, guilt, shame, lack of deserving or worthiness or whatever, if you're holding that as well, this Wheel of Fortune is not going to power through and say, well, I really know that this person really means in their heart that this is what's going to be. And, we're just going to work through that. Like, the things in the world don't work to get to you, which is why sometimes you feel like you have to work so hard to get to them. And I feel like calling upon, your higher powers or your gurus, your ancestors, your spirits with the star, it's kind of that recognition that there is a vibrational world out there. There are, spirits and guides. And I don't mean in like a creepy occultish way either. I think it's just sort of, we are energy life forms and there are many energy life forms out there as well. And if you have relationships, especially, and this is the one I'm going to really harp on because we have the sun, your own higher self. Calling upon your own higher self and developing a relationship with the part of you here that absolutely only wants the best of the best of the best for you all the time. Who never wants to feel bad, who never wants to feel unsafe, who never wants to feel afraid, but who always wants to keep going and pushing and exploring and enjoying and just like really allowing this life to truly blossom in the way that your higher self knows that it can blossom. And this is going to be a month, moon reverse, of extraordinary healing for you. Saturn with the sun over there in the 7th house, really shining a light and hopefully offering some level of wisdom and shining wisdom on a lot that just happened the past couple months in terms of your emotional state, in terms of, who you are as a person. 6th house activation is tough. It's a really, really tough house. We don't talk enough about the 6th house. We always say, oh, it's the 8th house. Oh, it's the 12th house. But we have to talk about the 6th house. This is the house of self-mastery, I always say. This is why so much criticism, or why Virgos, which are the natural 6th house rulers, they always get all that reputation for being so judgmental and so critical, right? Because it's a projection of their own feelings of inferiority. And so in the 6th house, we have this opportunity, if you want to say it that way, to go inside ourselves and to realize, okay, well, where am I criticizing other people? Where am I jealous of other people or envious? Or where am I feeling all this toward others? And what does that mean about me? And sometimes the answers that you come to are hard answers. And I look at this King of Swords here, and he's an Aquarius card as well. So we have a star and we have a King of Swords, both Aquarius cards. And there is this notion that you are detached enough from the ego to be able to come into these answers for the sake of healing and for the sake of wholeness, so that your vibration does not actively push against this Wheel of Fortune, which is not trying, but is rolling towards you. You have to be very clear with your vibration. And by being clear with your vibration, it means you have to be clear with your thoughts and you have to be clear with your emotion. And I think we attained high levels of clarity over the past couple of months in terms of where we really stand with stuff. Where do we really stand in our own eyes as well? And that's a harsh reality. But what happens when we come into that reality is we align with our sun, we align with our connection with source right here, and we begin to allow the higher self to guide. Because when I look at this 10 of Wands, I do see someone who thinks they really are all on their own. And they really do have to do it all by themselves. Even if you're married, even if you have, coworkers, even if you have, people you can rely upon for things, but there's still this tremendous amount of responsibility. Now, it makes sense for Leos. Okay, it makes sense because as the sign that signifies royalty, there is a lot of responsibility on a king or a queen's shoulders. I mean, and that can be a whole big thing. But when you introduce your higher self or your ancestors or your gurus or your whatevers, all of you have different belief systems and belief and connect with different entities and different energies. So you get to do it your way here. And you have to remember that each of those people, each of those energy nodes, if you will, are of the light. You wouldn't be contacting them if they weren't of the light, clearly. But they are very much of the light. And this is an opportunity for you to truly step into the light. And this is going to change, or has the potential to change, a lot of things. Your whole career path could change. Your whole romantic relationship could transform for the best or for the worst. I don't know. It could go either way. It depends on really where you're at right now and how well you're connecting right now. It depends on how honest you're being right now. With Jupiter in the 8th house, though, now I don't know how often you hear this, but we know that the 8th house is really, we say it's the house of death, but more so than just the house of death itself, it's where the ego comes to die. So when Jupiter transits our 8th house, we have this magnification on evolution in our life where we know very clearly, without any question whatsoever, that we are evolving. 8th house pushes evolution forward. And sometimes it's forced. And Jupiter, and we love Jupiter, but let's be honest, he's just a magnifier. He just makes everything bigger. So, if something is really bad and rocky in your life, it is likely that he will magnify the bad and rocky in that situation for the sake of getting it to fully die. Right? And I say die meaning end, right? A full and true end to this place that it's very likely that you have been stuck. But you're on really solid ground, 4 of Wands. I'm not worried about where all this is going because you are on solid ground, because you are earth element stability, you are stable. Transformation or not, you are stable. Sometimes it's hard to feel stable when things are changing so rapidly, when you are changing so rapidly. But see, look, we have this Prince card, and I love that for a Leo especially because it brings in that royalty quality. And it says romantic charm and potential for power. See, there seems to be a graduation happening here. You're graduating into the next energetic realm. We all are in our own ways here, but some more so than others. And especially if you're in the conscious variety, then even more so than even others too. From prince to a king means a little bit more responsibility, which is probably why you're sitting here at the 10 of Wands saying like, okay, I got to do that. And you're probably being very hard on yourself here with this too, and saying, you know, I got to do this, I got to do this, I got to do this, and I want to grow this, and I want to have this business, I want to have this marriage, I want to have this relationship, and you can be very rigid as a fixed sign. Rigidity is common in your own brand, right? Taurus has its own kind of rigidity, Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius, you all have your own kind of rigidity. So this is more about dropping the rules, allowing yourself to rest, Four of Swords, because I suspect you're trying to power through, as was the nature of the reading with these cards. Like I swear, because I don't like to just like shuffle and then leave the cards and come back. Like if I have to leave the table during a reading, I will always reshuffle. I'll always pull out fresh cards. So this was a fresh set of cards for this reading. But I think I sat down like 7 or 8 times in the past couple days to try to connect with your energy, and it turned off. It was like, nope, you're not connecting with Leo energy right now at all. Boom. And like, you guys know how long I've been doing this. I've been reading cards forever and ever. And I know what every card means, but that channel was completely shut off. And I suspect it has a lot to do with how hard you're pushing yourself with all that 6th house activation. With Saturn in opposition from you, with Uranus in the 10th house, and now being joined with the nodes. Right now we've got eclipses going to be happening in the next few months in Taurus and in Scorpio, 10th house, 4th house. So there's a lot of momentum building, and we love momentum for a Wheel of Fortune, so long as you don't put a wrench in the spokes with some vibration that is not conducive to what it is that you're trying to truly want. And I look at this card. Now, this was kind of an interesting energy. It's bushfires, and it says fury. And when you think of these wildfires, whether they're in the Amazon or the bush, or in the middle of Australia or California or wherever they are, how ferocious they can really be, how destructive they can be. And as a fixed energy, a fixed fire sign, I think it's important for you to allow things to burn down, metaphorically, as ferociously as they need to. From these fires, so much new birth is created, a whole new forest, a whole new set of trees, a whole new set of plants, a whole new set of wildlife, so much birth, so much life. But you have to let it burn down. You have to let it die. And the Four of Swords says, like, you don't have to hold everything up on your shoulders. You don't have to bear such a burden. Because when I look at this Four of Cups, I feel like there is magic in your life with this rainbow shooting out of this cup here. I feel like there is so much magic in your life, and there's like a numbness to it. It's like you can see it and you can appreciate it to a certain extent, but you're not like really feeling it. And the universe is going to start giving you things, Ace of Coins, and you're going to have the energy. You're going to have the capacity to grab onto that. Because if you have this very heavy load that you're carrying, which is a whole bunch of stuff from the past, and if you're trying to do it all by yourself, and you're not truly listening or not truly having, listening is different than having faith in. Because you can misinterpret and say, well, my higher self is telling me I have to do all these things. But having faith in your higher self means my higher self will do these things. And you just have to sit back and allow the magic to occur. That's why the universe needs you to be the King of Swords. It needs you to pull back. It needs you to take your hands off the wheel, if you will, right? Take your hands off the wheel. Let the things go. Let the change happen. And it may be something, actually, I don't think it's something small. I don't think it's something small for Leo. I think it's something big. I think it should be something big. It could be something big. But again, if you push against this Wheel of Fortune, it is not going to fight you. It's just going to ricochet back in the other direction. This is not like, this just does what it's told. It goes where it is welcome. And a lot of people are holding very negative vibrations, and they've shut the door on this Wheel of Fortune. But if you're consciously in a creation mode, this can come directly to you without any effort at all. See, the thing about the Wheel of Fortune is it's full of very small miracles. Like, you bump into that person at the cafe, and then all of a sudden they give you a business card for someone who knows someone who has that money in order to fund that project to get that business going, right? And it's just kind of like one small connection after the next in order to build this big thing in your life. And you will never, ever be able to predict the way the Wheel of Fortune works, because you're not privy to that information. Your higher self and your angelic beings and your ancestors and the ones that are no longer behind the veil, they have that information. So you're going to have to work through your fears here. We have the moon reverse. We have work through your fears. Work through your fears. And I think this stability here is like, let yourself be stable. I think there's a lot of things you're telling yourself. Mercury retrograde in the 6th. Now, February 3rd, Mercury goes direct again, but still we had a little bit of activation there with Pluto. So we went deep, a little emotional around the new moon time, February 1st. I know this reading's a little bit late. But I think the story that you're telling yourself about all the things that you can do is creating instability in your life. And by actually abdicating responsibility and taking a nap, taking a break, Four of Swords, you're actually creating more stability than you realize. And this Queen of Wands, always in a excited, celebratory mode. And I get a sense that this is both an aspect of you and someone else as well. This is an aspect of you in that there's achievement here, and it's someone else who is highly positive. Someone else who not only speaks positively, but lives according to a positive philosophy. And who has such a relaxed vibe, because I look at her and I just see her I just want to be happy. That's what I see when I see her. I just want to be happy. I just want to have music in my life. I just want to have joy. I just want to have magic. I just want to have, and when life brings me, difficult things, I'm not going to see them as difficult things. I'm going to see them as opportunities to ricochet toward more positive things, and it's all a matter of perception. And I think you have a wonderful example of perception with someone in your life. I don't quite know exactly who that is, but I think you have someone, and that person is a valuable, valuable person, and always will be. All right, Leo, let's pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. We usually talk for another 30 minutes or so. Link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. So we're going to start by clarifying the King of Swords, which is what else does Leo need to know regarding what the universe needs from them. So let's just see here. Okay. Three of Swords, Eight of Swords. Five of Swords. Okay. Lot of truth seeking. Aquarius season is a great time to come into truth of things. Wheel of Fortune. Okay. Which is the environment. Eight of Coins. See, the Wheel of Fortune is going to take care of the details. You really don't have to do a lot here. Eight of Cups. Four of Cups. Okay, another Four of Cups to match this here. And then let's take a look at the Sun. What else does Leo need to know about the Sun energy here? Ooh, Ace of Coins. Well, the Ace of Coins is definitely coming from your higher self, if you will. Queen of Swords reversed. Five of Cups. Now for the Star. Nine of Wands. There's resistance to that kind of other realm a little bit. There's protection. You've got a little bit of a shell on you this month. I think that has a lot to do with Saturn. Two of Swords. Another Four of Wands. I'm loving this Four of Wands. This is like the stability as we see with the earth element there. You're on such solid ground. I just hope that you can really perceive that in your own life. Knight of Coins. King of Cups. Six of Cups. Oh, I love that High Priestess. She's going to be revealing a lot for you. So meditation is going to be especially powerful for you throughout February. Page of Wands reversed. Oh, hold on. I got a card that flipped over, and we got Nine of Cups. Did any other cards flip? No, okay, just that one. Ten of Wands. Beautiful. I'm really happy to see these cards on top of the Ten of Wands. We'll talk about it in the comprehensive. Four of Swords. The Fool. Yeah, like whenever we are in a season that is opposite of our main planet, so like if you are a Sun in Leo, whenever the Sun is opposite of that, it can be so draining sometimes. Because it's like, oh, it's like so far away, and yet it is an opportunity to truly rest. Okay, then we have another Three of Swords, a Three of Coins, and a Hierophant. Beautiful. Four of Cups. Yeah, I feel like you've just been going, and it's like the magic is dying out a little bit. Now, March and April, the magic will naturally come back with the Venus transit, specifically in April. But for now, you're going to have to consciously choose to see that. There are a lot of swords on top of that Four of Cups there. Interesting. Eight of Swords, a Seven of Coins. Five of Coins reversed. Interesting. Okay. Oh, beautiful Ace of Wands. And final card, we have Nine of Swords, and then Knight of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Knight of Cups, very similar to the Prince card over here. Okay, All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. Again, link in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you so much, Leo. Love you. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the Knight of Cups. Now, the Knight of Cups is a Pisces card, which of course is your opposite zodiac sign. And we also have Jupiter over in Pisces, along with Neptune. We've got the Jupiter card over here, Jupiter abundance. So there's this strong Piscean, Jupiterian quality coming out. Now, one of the things I love about the Knight of Cups is his ability to be on a moment-to-moment schedule. He doesn't look too far in advance because he knows that, in an hour, in a day, in a week, in a month, he may feel differently. And I think that he honors his malleability, he honors his mutability very well. And he doesn't commit to things. And that can be annoying for some people, and it can slow things down a little bit, but it also means that he is consciously creating, as we have the Magician over here in the environment position, he is consciously creating a life, consciously creating outcomes, consciously creating a certain set of circumstances. Now, I'm sure that you're going to have something arise at some point throughout February, whether it's at work, because we've got Saturn, Sun in the 6th house. You've got Uranus over in the 9th house. You've got all this 5th house stuff going on. So it could be like a family or a kids, could be a relationship, could be coworkers, could be any area really. Something is going to arise and you're going to have to stop, breathe, and take a step back from the situation and really ask yourself what it is that you want to set in motion. Right? Because this is a water energy, so water, emotion, energy in motion, right? What type of energy do you want to set in motion here? And this is an opportunity to be really on top of your initial reactions, your ego, your traumas, your pains, right? To really be on top of those things so that they do not come in and set something in motion that you don't really want. And while I don't always see this as being the most detached energy, I do see it as being the most conscious, or one of the most conscious. So the question is if I'm going to generate a thought, if I'm going to generate an emotion, I want to specifically choose that stream of consciousness for the sake of this abundance, for the sake of this love, for the sake of these blessings, for the sake of all of these good things. And some of you may need to take some time. Okay, now the very first cards that came out we have is the Ace of Swords reversed and a Four of Swords. Look, this is not a time really for thinking. And I know that's going to sound weird because yes, we have Mercury and Capricorn still at the beginning of the month. I know I'm late getting these out. I'm so sorry, guys. But beginning of the month, Mercury was still in retrograde, but February 3rd, it moves direct. February 14th, Mercury moves back into Aquarius. So, there is that feeling of wanting to think strategically, right? Aquarius is a very scientific and mechanical sign. Even Capricorn is similar as well. And it wants to be able to use logic and rationalizations in order to solve a problem. I just don't think that is the right medium. Your mind is not going to be helpful here because it is just going to run you around in circles. And it's going to sell you short, right? Because we have this Thief card, and the light attribute says, this sheds light on the potential wealth within you that can never be stolen. But then on the shadow attribute says stealing money, creative ideas, affection, or other powers you think you lack. And I think that by thinking about stuff, there's going to be a big surfacing in terms of like a focus on the things that you don't have. And when you focus on the things that you don't have, be it a skill, be it certain resources, be it a certain person, whatever, any accentuation of the things that you don't have is setting something in motion. And this is why you have to be so aware, because the magician is out here creating, and you don't want to be creating additional lack. And you don't want to be stealing potentials from yourself. So the trick here, 6th house activation with the sun and Saturn in the 6th, it's going to pull you a little bit into that hermit mode. Now, I remember last month, the reading was called Hermit Mode. At least I think it was last month, called Hermit Mode for you guys as well. So this may be a continuation of certain things, but I think that this is just what feels natural for you to be able to just sort of check out. 4 of Swords. Now, checking out does not mean you're not going to live your normal life, right? You're still going to have to go to work and do the things. But when you have time to be in a meditative state, I would prioritize meditation and prayer and quiet moments and walks in the forest. And I would prioritize all of those things over extraneous strategy sessions. Okay, so if you're brainstorming, if you're thinking about things, if you're trying to come up with a whole bunch of new ideas and because I don't think that you're going to be able to think your way into a solution. This is going to be more a burst of inspiration. And the best way to open yourself up to an epiphany, which is what I often see with the Judgment card, the best way to open yourself up to an epiphany is to create space for it. So meditation, like I say, walks in the forest, quiet time prayer, taking nice baths, whatever it is that you do. But I wouldn't fill it up with like doing things. Like I wouldn't fill it up with like rituals or even journaling. I'm not going to advise against it, but I don't know that that should be the primary focus, because even that is still like running your mind a little bit. I think the trick is slowing down the mind, because you don't want that energy to gain momentum. When you come upon the idea or the solution or the desire, whatever it is that's trying to bubble up inside of you, then you'll be able to grab onto it and you'll be able to really run with it, and you'll be able to do all the development and whatever else needs to happen. You'll be able to do all of that. But right now, I think you're waiting for the burst of lightning. Now, it's interesting that in this particular deck, we have the Jupiter card with a bolt of lightning and the Tower card with a bolt of lightning. Now, a lot of people, I don't know, like back in the day, I always talked about Jupiter as being like the thunder planet, and I always got so much crap for it. But I'm like, well, like, is Zeus, with his bolt of lightning as his weapon and that big eye of Jupiter with the big storm. I mean, Jupiter is a stormy planet. It's not all like so calm and serene. I mean, there's power there. It's not even just the gravity of Jupiter. It's the chaos of Jupiter as well. And I feel like from the realm of chaos, right, which is the vibrational reality or the quantum world, if you will, from this realm of chaos, boom, you are going to be struck by lightning. And the very process of this epiphany is going to be really exciting and kind of disruptive, and yet it's a part of all of these things that you've been asking for. See, this magician, it's like you're not where you are by accident, right? You're not in this moment by accident. You're here because you've set precedents. You're here because you have already set a lot of things in motion. And now things are sort of like, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of like clapping together, like boom, all of a sudden. And the less you're thinking about it, the more likely it is to happen. And for those of you who are, let's say, looking for romantic relationships or a successful outcome with some kind of a business partnership or something, we have this beautiful card that says a win-win outcome is forecast, which says that not only is this going to work out really, really, really well for you, but it is also going to work out really well for the other people involved. And we also have this destiny card over here, which says, look, like, this is the manifestation of what you've been doing. This is what you have been asking for. This is what you have been putting out there. And you have been getting more and more and more aware of the energy you set in motion, of the thoughts you choose to think, and of the emotions you choose to feel. And by doing so, you are more specifically crafting your own destiny. So I don't know that anything is going to be a surprise. That's what's so cool about it, is nothing is really a surprise. This bolt of lightning is to be expected because it's what you've already put out there. Can it significantly change some of your lives? Yeah. 2 bolts of lightning, this could be a completely new trajectory for some of you. Others of you, it could just be an internal epiphany about yourself, right? We've got Chiron over there in the 8th house. So he's, helping transform and helping you alchemize a lot of your, your deepest, rawest places so that they can actually manifest positively in the world. Could just be an internal epiphany that completely changes the way you experience life to bring in more joy specifically. Now, we also have this social media connection. So it tells me that there's, probably going to be something in that realm. Someone messages you, you get a text message, DM, comment, something like that. There's probably going to be something like that involved. Although I'm not like super hot and heavy with this card here. It's just a card that came out, so something to be paying attention to. Now we have the Hanged Man reversed in the very center of the reading. I like the Hanged Man with the 4 of Swords because also with the moon as well. I forgot the moon. It's very chill. And this is what I'm saying with the Knight of Cups. He just sort of saunters forward. We also have this gravity, groundedness card, which says like you are really stable right now. And like I said it before, I posted on my Instagram, I know the transit is like over, right? But that Venus retrograde, and she's still in shadow, she's still in Capricorn. She's still going to be making her way back toward Pluto this month. But she kicked our butts in some way. It was a beast of a transit is what I'm calling it, because she really, really was like, look, I know you're telling yourself this story, but you can't do that anymore. And she really exposed the realness of a situation, whether it was like the realness of your financial situation, the realness of the state of your marriage, or the realness of your health, or the realness of why you do what you do, or why you value what you value. And she probably showed you a lot of falsities and a lot of cover-ups that we layered on. It was a beast of a transit. It's over now, but she's still in shadow. So she's kind of making her way through this like final nail in the coffin phase and saying, all right, this is it. This is your chance to truly and fully get rid of all of this useless junk that you have going around in your mind that is not serving you at all. All right, so we're purifying. I felt like that transit, I don't know why that kicked our butts so much, but I mean, maybe it didn't for you. Hopefully it didn't for you. Hopefully it was great, but a lot of people experience intensity there. And yet now at least we know that what is left standing was strong enough. And that is what our foundation truly is. We're not trying to build a flimsy house of cards, right? We're trying to build these castles made of stone, right? That last thousands of years. So we're trying to build things that matter, things that leave a legacy, things that make a difference, things that contribute something positive into the world. And so the magician, again, here to remind you, like, well, that's what's being created. So you better be very careful about your next steps here, because the magic is potent. And I told you guys, right? Saturn through Aquarius, like, things come around quickly when Saturn is in an air sign because it's so low density. Whereas Saturn in an earth sign, it takes forever for things to really manifest because it's such a high density, right? It's like so heavy. So you get to choose the course here. Now, the Hanged Man reversed says you're probably going to need to pull back. Like I said before with the Four of Swords, same thing. You're going to need to pull back. You're going to need to allow a delay. You may get hit with the bolt of lightning, boom, but I think there's a processing period that's needing to go forward as well. And this processing period is essential for the resources to come in, for the right people to show up. It's essential for you to feel really, really, really good about this idea. Once this bolt of lightning hits, it's also going to trigger new things as well, Two of Wands. And you're going to be able to build off of this one like epiphany thing, right? You're going to be able to build off of that or build up from it. And this is a challenge because I do suspect that you're going to have to really confront, Moon, a lot of the fears that held you back in the past, which Venus Retrograde exposed a lot of that. I know you're feeling very raw and exposed with Chiron in the 8th house. But with the nodes transiting your 9th house, your 3rd house, there's a strong desire for movement here. Strong desire to make things happen, strong desire to travel, strong desire to build things and to try a myriad of things. You know, 3rd house especially is such a creative house. Oh my goodness, so much creativity comes out of there. So you get this burst of lightning and then you start building from that, and you start building your dreams bigger and bigger and bigger in your own mind. And this is the epitome of Jupiter in Pisces, right? We cannot limit ourselves here. And we come into contact with all of the very small ways that we limit ourselves on a regular basis without even realizing what we're doing. And with the 10 of Swords reversed, it tells me that this is a month where you actually, not even a month, but a year, where you actually can find true freedom from those things. Because this bolt of lightning, epiphany moment, this dream that comes in, this, you know, this destiny that you're creating, you know, whatever you want to call it, it's just the beginning. You're starting to build worlds here. And I think it's important that you understand that and that you recognize that, because if you don't, you could send the wrong energy in motion. Okay? Alrighty. Let's pull out the clarifiers. Let me actually, I didn't put reversals in here yet. So, oh, I did here. Okay. So I have reversals in here, but not in this one. But let's take a look at this Knight of Cups. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 30 minutes about these cards, okay? So let's take a look at this Knight of Cups here. We have, an Ace of Swords upright. We have 8 of Cups. And a 4 of Wands. See, I love the 4 of Wands with this gravity or groundedness card because it just tells me how safe you really are. And maybe you really needed to know that. Maybe you really needed to know that this is not as risky as it seems. The Ace of Wands in the environment. It's not as risky as it seems. Two of Swords. And Three of Coins. Beautiful. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to shuffle in some reversals here. Okay. Now let's take a look at the Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords reversed. Okay, the Devil, Chariot, and the Five of Wands. Oh, I didn't mean to pull out so many, but that's okay. With the Four of Swords, beautiful Two of Cups. Oh, I pulled out a whole bunch. I didn't mean to pull out that many. Two of Cups, Five of Cups, Queen of Coins, the Fool, and the Six of Swords. That's okay. I'll be more careful next time. Judgment. Another Knight of Cups. We love that. Another Four of Wands. And Justice. Now for the Tower, Six of Wands reversed. Death. And the Empress. Five of Swords, the Emperor. Four of Coins. Strength. Queen of Swords reversed. You're going to have some difficult personalities that you're going to be dealing with that really will not understand your method here. They're not going to understand the method to the madness. Judgment. Again, Judgment. Queen of Cups. Ten of Coins. I don't know, this abundance card, I really feel like 2022, King of Coins reversed, Eight of Wands reversed. It's really a year for Virgo to set themselves up for great success. And Three of Cups reversed. Nine of Cups. Three of Coins, and the Lovers, Knight of Wands reversed. Okay. Or upright, I mean. Knight of Wands upright. Okay. This is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive if you guys want to join us. I hope you do. Link in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you an amazing February. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Libra, welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we are going to get started with the Page of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, I love a Page of Swords for an air sign because it signifies an initiation of some kind. And you being cardinal, right, the cardinal air sign, I feel that this is an initiation into a new realm, a new energetic realm, a new vibrational realm, a new mental realm. But the purge process is incredibly necessary right now. And I wonder if even just my saying the word purge may kind of trigger some of you, maybe not all of you, but trigger some of you, because I think some of you are going to be like, oh my gosh, yes, that's exactly what has been going on. But there's determination here with the Page of Swords. There's this determination to make this work. There's determination to let something go, determination to grow, determination to enhance your life, your lifestyle, your health, your relationships. You know, it's all about enhancement. In the environment, we have the Hanged Man. Now, this can be a frustrating energy when there's a quality of determination on the table, because when you're determined to go where you need to go, or to be what you need to be, or whatever, this card sometimes makes it feel like there are all of these roadblocks in the way. But really, the universe is suspending you or putting you in a state of surrender here. Surrender is essential for Libra right now. As I'm just kind of looking at the stars here. I know I'm late in putting this reading out. I know the sun is like sitting directly on Saturn the day that I'm doing this at 15 degrees of Aquarius. But this surrendered energy, I don't know. I feel like the universe has put you in a state of submission of some kind. Right? Financially, you're in a place of humility. Health-wise, a place of humility. Relationship-wise, a place of humility, right? And yet you're determined, but the universe is like, I don't care how determined you are, you need to just sit tight. And it feels a little, I don't know what the right word is. Maybe it feels a little helpless, or it feels a little strange or uncomfortable or frustrating. But the universe is giving you an opportunity to fully purge. The universe doesn't want you to move forward, or your higher self or God or spirit or whatever you want to call it, right? It doesn't want you to move forward with this baggage. And with such heavy fourth house activation, we've got Mars, we've got Venus now going direct. We've got Mercury going direct as of February 3rd. We have Pluto in Capricorn in the fourth house as well. You know, and plus, not to mention the past few years of the fourth house stuff. So you've really gone in deep in your life. You've gone into the psychology of your childhoods, the depth of your relationships with your parents, and your money troubles and your relationship troubles. Where does all of this stem from, right? Fourth house is all about getting to the root of an issue. So I know that's where you've been. But I feel like illuminating those things is very different from being free from those things. The universe wants you to be free from those things. So it's giving you the space to do that. And I even have this void, of course, moon energy missing, which means like all the determination in the world is great, but the determination needs to be used toward the freedom, toward the liberation from the things that have held you back in the past. Because this is about clearing your future, clearing your karma, so that things don't have to keep recycling. And I look at this Seven of Wands and I see an energy of someone who is dedicated toward their meditative practices, someone who is dedicated to keeping the noise out. Now, also, not only with the fourth house stuff, but we also have the sixth house Jupiter, and we have this solitariness card. It says solitariness or desert. I do think that Libra is going through strong hermit modes. Maybe not all day, every day, but there are moments there. And it feels essential for your well-being, for your mental health. And I would recommend to keep doing that, because it is through that period of solitariness that you are able to free or to liberate yourself from things. I think more than ever, Libra is ready. I'm looking at this Sun card. Libra is ready for that feeling of inspiration and that burst of energy. I don't know about you guys. I'm a Virgo, so I've got lots of like Virgo planets, and Neptune But I'm a Libra rising, right? So we got a Neptune over in the 6th house. So maybe it's just me though, but I feel like Neptune over the years has been a very draining energy, because 6th house is like the house of work, the house of, productivity and health and all sorts of things. But Neptune always comes and dissolves things or shows us where our illusions are, whatever. So I feel like Neptune has really added this sort of, I don't know, it's like a confusion in terms of where the energy should truly be dedicated. So you reach out and you collect it and you pull it all back, because the goal with this sun energy is to feel the vital energy coursing through your body, the kind of energy where you wake up in the morning, big fat smile on your face, and you feel great and you feel motivated and you feel inspired. And you actually truly do understand the meaning of passion, and that you can actually hold the passion and keep it going, that it's not some sort of fleeting moment. Like one week you have high passion and the next week you're down, right? It's got to be consistent passion, a consistent interest in something. And this is the goal. This is what the Page of Swords here is really learning how to do. But by inviting that into your life, we've got the 9 of Swords here and the 5 of Cups, which tells me that, Libra, there's stuff that has to leave your system. There's high emotion. Emotions are running high. There's high emotion, which is interesting considering the fact that it's Aquarius season. Now, this may pull a little into Pisces season since the sun moves into Pisces on the 18th. But it's still strong emotion. We do have the North Node in the 8th house, South Node in Scorpio, so that will probably add a little bit to that as well. But this is about letting it out, right? You can't hide from this stuff. I don't think you ever wanted to hide from it. I don't think that you were trying to run away from your demons or whatever. It's not like you were shying away from doing the shadow work. I think that you were kind of forced to do that with all the 4th house activity. But now is the time to truly purge, to truly cleanse. I'm almost feeling like it's like a baptism. It's a purification process. And this is not always easy, because this can manifest in so many different ways. It can manifest in a very difficult relationship that you're dealing with. It can manifest issues at work, issues with money, issues with health, issues with children. All sorts of things can be highlighted or accentuated here for the sake of this healing to truly occur. Everything is going to be mirrored back to, Libra, this is your MO. This is like how your life just is, being the scales, right? This is you. This is the scales. Everything mirrors everything back. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's mirroring you back exactly, but it's always going to show you what you need to know. And there will be different methods and different ways that the universe uses to do that. But it always pulls it back in. It shows you what vibration you're at. It shows you what you're thinking. It shows you what's going on in your subconscious. Because there are things going on that you don't want. No one wants a 9 of Swords, because this is a place of stress, frustration, can't sleep, not feeling well. No one wants a 9 of Swords. So the goal is to create a life where we are channeling this sun, powerful, vital, passionate, exciting energy all the time, or as much as we possibly can anyway. I'm not saying we can fully escape everything, but this has been long overdue, I would say. And I think this is one of the reasons why, if you've been feeling like you've been floundering, or if you've been meandering without a lot of direction, if you've been flip-flopping and switching and whatever, and I don't know about this, and should I do this, and should I go here, should I go there, I don't know. If that's been something that's been going on, this is the reason why. And you get to confront it now, and you get to push it out of your system. It's like sweating it out almost. Because you've planted some beautiful seeds here and your mind seems to be right. Ace of Swords. You know what you want. You know where you want to go. You know what kind of life you want to live. You know what lifestyle you want. You know. You also are probably pretty well versed in all the ways that you've been holding yourself back from those things too. A lot of seeds have been planted. Hanged Man still says you're going to be suspended though. It may feel very difficult to get your energy up this month or to feel like you really have traction, which is kind of contrary to some things that I've said with the Mars and Capricorn transit. But I have to just read the cards the way I see them. Maybe it's just this month. Maybe the universe needs you to continue hibernating, especially if you're in the Northern Hemisphere during a wintry season, to continue hibernating, to continue storing up for what is yet to come, because you've definitely lined your ducks up in a row here. You've put it out there, you've asked for it, and this is essential in order for this to truly grow. Sometimes we have a hard time connecting dots because they don't seem related, they don't seem interconnected. But when we start seeing everything as being interconnected, then we start realizing, well, if I'm planting these amazing seeds and I've been sending out this vibrational signal consistently in order to have what it is I want to have, well, then clearly this must be essential for this process. Right now with the Ace of Cups reversed, I feel like your heart is a little bit closed. Now, when I say closed, I don't mean like to your spouses or to your children or your pets or the people that you love, your parents, whatever. It's not closed to those people. But it's almost as though there's a resistance to truly being in this space here because this still hurts. It's like you need to get the pain out before the good can truly overflow. The pain of the betrayals, the pain of the losses, the pain of the narcissistic people, right? We got a narcissistic card over here. We got a King of Swords reversed over here, which I haven't gotten to yet. But I mean, we got to get the pain out. And I think Saturn, even though, again, a little bit late on this reading, sorry, but Sun conjunct Saturn, I think Saturn is really holding us in that place so that we can be brutally honest. And I think the Venus retrograde accentuated that as well. It's just like, be brutally honest with where you're at. I said at the beginning of that Venus retrograde during one of my astrology weekly readings that like Venus retrograde was all about dropping the naivete, right? Dropping these stories that we're telling ourselves, these lies, these layers of things that are useless, right? Because she can't be false with this retrograde. She couldn't be false. She could only be truth. And sometimes we have to revert back and really rethink and really reconsider and really look at ourselves and be like, okay, you're kind of lying to yourself a little bit here. And are you lying that you're healed from this? And I'm not saying you're consciously lying. I guess maybe that's not the best word, but are you truly aware that this stuff is still present? With all the healing work that you have done, and I know you've done a lot, sometimes it can be very, very, very difficult to accept that there's more. But I also know that at this point, it's hard to deny it. And it's humbling, Page of Swords. It's a humbling experience to realize that you might be closer to the beginning than you are to the end. But you are where you are. But this is an essential part in order to be leveraged, because I feel your clarity. I do. I know that you're clear. I know that what you've been sending out, these signals, these vibrations, these emotions, it's been very succinct. It's been, it's coming from a real place. Like, I want a relationship with the love of my life. I want a ton of money. I want to have a beautiful home. I want to have, even materialistic or spiritual goals. I don't really care. It's just, but like, you've been very clear with that. And the universe says, well, if you really want that thing and you want to be able to enjoy that thing with the vitality and the feeling that you are directly connected with Source, then this has to go. Because what good is that thing if there's still pain in your heart? And I look at this King of Swords. I don't really like a King of Swords in the reverse. I'm not going to lie. It could be one of two things. It could be a very narcissistic person that you have in your life or have had in your life that has provided extreme levels of contrast, right? Like, this is so clearly something that you don't want. It doesn't have to be a person really either. It could be, something else. Whatever, I don't know, it could be something else, but it's so clearly not what you want. It's so clear that you want to move away from that. It's so clear that this is not the direction that you want to go. And yet there's still a hold on you a little bit. I feel like this King of Swords is clearly influential in your life. Clearly, they have some hold on you. Now, this may be from a long time ago. It could be an ex-husband, an ex-wife. It could be a parent. It could be from a long time ago. Or it could be just exactly what you're dealing with right now, right? But I don't like this person's presence. However, I understand the necessity of this person and what it is that they have taught you, because they have brought you here to this moment. And from here, positive movement forward. This is what you're demanding of the universe. You are demanding good. Oh, geez, she just hopped right up, didn't she? You're demanding the good. You're demanding the best. And if you want the best, sometimes you do have to experience the worst. Not always. I'm not saying that's the prerequisite. It's not. But sometimes in order to understand what the best is, you have to understand the worst. So because of this King of Swords, you have been able to be clear with your desire. You have been able to be clear with your signal. And this may feel like the first time that you can be clear in a really, really, really long time, because have you been sort of meandering for a while? You may have been going forward in your career. You may have been moving forward in a relationship, moving forward. But was it truly conscious moving forward, or was it autopilot? Was it you doing what you do because that's just what we do? Now, the last card I haven't mentioned is this companion card, because I feel strongly, because this King of Swords is present, I love that we have a companion card. Now, I don't feel the shadow attribute here, although it could be the King of Swords with the shadow, but the shadow says betrayal by misusing confidences, loss of personal identity, which may have been in the past. But I think this loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness is really what this Ace of Swords is really going towards here. And companion, in so many ways, friendships, romance, children, connections, friends, all sorts of things can really come forward. And I feel like you are aligning. See, with Saturn in the 5th house, it does aspect your 11th house. So when it comes to your relationships with people, I suspect that there are a lot of relationships that are in fact ending. And I also expect that there are new relationships that are blossoming according to what it is that you are becoming. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Okay, let's go ahead here and pull out clarifiers. Now, little Miss Annie has decided to join us. She is a Libra after all. So let's just go ahead and work around her. Hope you guys don't mind. We're going to take a look at the Page of Swords, if I could remember the card. Here we go, Page of Swords. We're going to clarify this. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 30 minutes about these cards, okay? So we have the Four of Swords. We have the Ace of Swords, beautiful. So 2 Ace of Swords coming out upright. And we have 3 of Cups, beautiful. Oops, hold on. The Hanged Man, forgot to pull out for the Hanged Man. 6 of Coins. 10 of Coins. This is the environment, remember. Seems like this Hanged Man is an extraordinarily favorable card. 10 of Coins, 6 of Coins. It's arranging. The universe is arranging things. All right, so now we're going to focus on what's underneath Annie, which is the 7 of Wands. Remember that meditative place. Meditation is going to be so powerful for Libra right now. It really is. 5 of Wands. Yeah, see, because there's like chaos. There's chaos around. Judgment. And it's going to be important to be able to really hear yourself. And the Moon. 9 of Swords. Don't worry, I'll hold the colored cards up in the comprehensive so you can see them all. 10 of Swords reversed. Yikes. 9 of Swords with the 10 of Swords. That's kind of brutal. 8 of Wands. It's not going to last long. That's a good sign. And the Devil. Yeah. And the 5 of Cups. We have a 9 of Cups. 7 of Swords. And there you are, Justice. So now for the Sun card. 6 of Swords reversed. Magician. The Sun has to happen. This connection that you're seeking, this connection with your creativity and just this vital energy that you're craving, it has to happen because that's what you're manifesting. So just because you may not be experiencing that right now does not mean that it's not, yeah, see, 2 of Cups, companion, does not mean that you aren't close. I think you're very close to this healing, which has been a significant process in your life. And it may even be years worth of internal work. Years worth of awakening in the Lovers. Wow, 2 of Cups in the Lovers. On top of this 7 of Coins with the Tower. Oh, I love the Tower. It's like the Wheel of Fortune in disguise. Actually, the Tower is better than the Wheel of Fortune, I think, because it's like faster. You know, it's not like this long, drawn-out thing. Page of Cups. Nine of Coins. Oh, the Sun. Beautiful. I love that we got the Sun twice. Now for this King of Swords. Knight of Coins, Two of Swords reversed. Another Ace of Swords. So we've officially gotten Ace of Swords 3 different times. So that's the most important card, which means like you're in a really clear-headed place. Please don't second guess yourself. Knight of Cups, Nine of Wands. Three of Coins, excellent. Last card, we got the Two of Swords. Reversed, Two of Wands. Four of Cups. And the Hermit. And another Seven of Wands. Okay. All right. Well, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Link in the description box and comment through down below. And if not, then I hope you guys have an amazing February. Thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for your patience as well. I'm sorry this took so long to come out, just dealing with the health issues. But I want to just kind of do an overarching kind of theme that I'm feeling here as I'm looking at these cards. Because I'm sensing that... Sorry, I have to just go straight to this Aquarius card because we've got the Sun in Aquarius for the first part of the month until the 18th. And then we have Saturn in Aquarius as well, which of course is aspecting your 10th house. Now, by opposition. Now, I feel like there is this reevaluation going on right now, big time in your life. Doesn't necessarily mean you're throwing out old plans. It just means that you are contemplating new ones and making some pretty significant edits, making some pretty significant changes to the 2022 plans or the 2022 route. Because when I look at this Queen of Cups, I now remember this is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. And she's always here in this beautiful contemplative place. And whenever she comes out, it signifies being alone, being meditative, being in a place of privacy, really reducing the noise. And I love that she's sitting on the ocean here because it's the reminder of the tides of life, right? It's that reminder that things come in and things go out, that seasons change, that things evolve, and that every wave that crashes on the beach is never the same as another wave. And sometimes the Queen of Cups needs to reconvene with her higher self in a more purposeful way in order to really hear herself. She's also a very motherly kind of quality as well. And I'm getting a sense that there's a lot of self-mothering going on for you with the 4th house activation. You having to be your own mother, your own, right, authority over self. You having to be in a place of generating. We have a card of giving and receiving. So giving and receiving love. And it may be giving and receiving love that you didn't necessarily give or get when you were younger. I think Scorpio is taking their knowledge of self to extraordinary new depths right now. And this reevaluation of life, reevaluation of the future is based on some calling, right? Because we have this Aquarius energy, which is the motto is I know. There's this knowingness that your path is going in a certain direction. Now, with the Magician in the environment, it signifies that you have to be very careful about what you truly ask for or what you think about or what you give energy or invest energy into. Because everything is being created. Now remember, I didn't say that you're going to be changing course from old plans. Your old plans, I think, are just going to carry out the way that they were meant to be carried out. this is about what's coming next in your life. And as we prepare for spring, even though we're not quite there yet, but we're preparing for spring a little bit as the sun enters in through Pisces, right? Pisces season closes out winter and opens up spring. So there's kind of that transitionary energy going on there. And I feel like there's going to be an opening of optimism as well, meaning you're going to start asking for bigger things. And one thing that I was kind of also contemplating before I turned on the camera was, I don't think that Scorpio gets enough credit for its ability to feel and express gratitude. I feel like the depths of which Scorpio can feel and express gratitude is pretty significant. And your gratitude here with the Magician is very well played, because we know that gratitude is the catalyst for opening up new chapters, for opening up new levels of abundance and opening up new opportunities for yourself. Now, we also have this slave card here. I'm going to go to the light attribute here, which says surrendering your power of choice to the divine with complete trust. Now, the reason why I'm leaning into that is because I'm sensing with this Two of Wands reversed and this King of Cups, which to me, he looks like he's in a state of meditation. I don't know about you, but he looks like he's meditating. And I see you perhaps having a difficult time shaping concepts of where things are going. You may have been in a period of moment to moment, which usually is great. You know, from a spiritual perspective, we always talk about living moment to moment, being present, being where you are, and making good choices in this present moment. But sometimes, being a human being, right, we do think about our future so that we can make quality decisions today. But sometimes you don't know what decisions to make, and maybe you don't even really have the options. And your old plans are going forward. Those are all working. Those are going great. Your job is going great. Your money's going great. Your whatever is going great. It's all great. But Two of Wands reversed, you say, I see something different for my future, but I don't know what I see. It's just different. I just see something different. I see things panning out differently. I see myself with a different person, or I see myself in a different place. I see myself in a different career. And I don't know that you have any specifics. And I think that's what makes this hard, is that you can't even offer yourself specifics. It's so abstract, you know, it's so just it's just only in the energetic realm. And I love this. We have this mystery dark matter card. And I think this is really where Scorpio thrives, is in this unknown space. They're so good at throwing something at the wall and seeing what sticks, you know, and being really open to a lot of things. As long as Scorpio is manifested positively. I know you see success for yourself, Six of Wands, but what does that success really mean? Is it financial success? And I think many of you will say, yeah, that's a part of it, but it's not really the whole thing either. Do you see career success? Yes, but it's not the whole thing either. Do you see relationship success? Yes, but it's not the whole thing either. And there's just so many undefinable qualities here. But there's a knowingness. And we have the Hierophant here. We have the Aquarius I know card, which tells me that I know that you know that something else is meant for you. Something else other than what you're doing. Something else other than this current state. I don't even know how to describe. Even I'm losing the words here, because I think that's how abstract it really is. And because we had this Venus retrograde in Capricorn and the Mercury retrograde in Capricorn, now they're both going direct now, so we actually have all planets going direct. But the Capricorn energy is still accentuated through the beginning of February. And that accentuation, especially with Venus, now she's going to be here all month through February. She doesn't come out of her shadow phase until March 1st. So she's still doing her work here in Capricorn. And for you, it's third house activation, which means there's a lot of new ideas stirring up. There's a lot of creativity. Maybe you're talking to people. Maybe you're feeling things out. You're sensing things. This world here, beautiful card that signifies things are turning over. And this is also a Saturnian energy, right? This card is ruled by Saturn, which suggests that things are turning over slowly. And it's not just anything, but it's something that will stand the test of time. I don't know that choices that have fleeting consequences or a fleeting presence in your life, I don't think that's really where Scorpio is trying to go. You're not looking for temporary things. You're not looking for things that are just going to slip through your fingers, right? You want permanent things. You want things that you can rely upon, that you can build upon. But still, there's this abstract nature of like, well, what is that and what does that mean? So you have to surrender. And the slave energy, the word slave, a little bit harsh, I think. I prefer the word surrendering your power, right? Surrendering your power. Sorry for the noise. My cat's going crazy. Surrendering is such a... I don't know. I think that's a difficult thing for Scorpio because it means taking yourself, and that you're still in a position of authority, but it's you having authority over the surrender itself. And it means that you are going to have to flow a little bit more, a little bit better. You're going to have to be more flexible. Now, you have the South Node coming through your sign, which is not an easy transit. Talk to Sagittarius, they just went through it. Sometimes having the South Node come through your sign, whether it's activating your first house or your sun sign or your moon sign or any other Scorpio planets that you have, sometimes it can feel like there's all this effort going in, and very little results coming out. I often call it like the void or the black hole energy a little bit. And we got this dark matter card, which means that, you could find yourself spinning your wheels a little bit. And I see that a lot with the 10 of coins, especially when it's reversed. Spinning your wheels trying to build, but yet that foundation seems a little evasive. So surrender is where the power truly is. And allowing for guidance. Now, the Hierophant suggests that your inner voice. Now, the Hierophant, I always say he's like your inner guru or your inner Buddha, but I don't ever think that he's a quiet voice. He's absolutely a loud voice. He's not like the high priestess who like whispers quietly and intuitively and says, oh, well, you should maybe turn back around. And he's like, you know what? You can go make mistakes if you want. I'll be here. You can come back to me. You can come back to my Hierophant place, to your place of power. But if you want to wander off, you can. And he kind of, he's that part of you that dares yourself a little bit to sway or to rebel. Not against like the rules of society, be like the rules against yourself, I guess we could say. And he says, you know what? Like, what's right for you, but you can do whatever you want. This place where everything is right for you will always be here. But if you need to explore the places that are wrong for you, go for it, right? And he doesn't care whether you stay or go, whether you're walking up this staircase toward the light or not, because he's always going to be there. And he knows that at some point you're going to find your way back. And when you're truly surrendered, you always find your way back. And I think some of you are finding your way towards something that's more fulfilling. Like the thing about scorpionic energy is there's always some kind of obsession, whether it's a career obsession or a relationship or with children or, with friends or a product that you're building or a company that you're building or, a hobby that you have. There's always some kind of an obsession in a Scorpio's life, right? But the question is that obsessive thing fulfilling? Does that obsessive thing bring joy? And I think Scorpio is in a place in their life right now where all they want is joy. Because we know you can build the big businesses. We know you can have beautiful families. We know you can have great relationships. We know you can build beautiful homes and companies and products and deliver. Like, we know you can do all of those things. But does it give you that sense of purpose? Does it give you a sense that you're leaving a positive contribution in the world? And I think this is where this is all taking you back to. It's taking you back to a place that has always been there. It just got a little overweighted in one direction or another. And the Four of Wands suggests success and happiness and joy and celebration. I'm almost kind of hearing the story of the prodigal son. Like the story of like the man who has two sons and then he sells half the farm so his one kid can go off in the city, and he goes off and he gambles and drinks and pays for women and does all these things and then comes back broke. And, the father like welcomes him and celebrates him and is like, oh, I love you. I'm so happy you're back. And the other son who did everything right his whole life and never wasted his money and never did anything wrong was like, how can you possibly be celebrating my brother? How can you possibly be celebrating? He lost everything you had. And it's like, well, I love him. He's my son. It's like this unconditional love. And I feel like there's this kind of place within you that you're getting back to as well, that is this unconditional love place where you're not hard on yourself, you're not second guessing, and you're not, living in any kind of fear. You're just accepting. And all the mistakes just sort of get washed away in the way that the ocean tides sort of wash away the sandcastles. And you're at a place now, I feel like life has sort of funneled you into this place where it wants you to be lost. It wants you to be questioning things. It wants you to feel like you don't have so much control, right? Because when you're in this meditative state, when you're in this self-love, mothering place here, you actually have a lot more authority over yourself than you realize. Because you're then open to truly channel the divine, and you're then able to truly create something that means something for you. And with the star reversed, with the Two of Wands reversed, I don't see that the vision that you truly, like the vision that you have, the big dream that you have, it's going to go through the washing machine a little bit. And that sometimes can feel frustrating because maybe last year you were like super gung-ho about a business plan, super gung-ho about your financial goals, your fitness goals, your goals for your family. You were super, super gung-ho about all of it. And now all of a sudden, like you kind of hit this brick wall and say, well, now I'm second guessing. I don't understand why I'm second guessing. I'm telling you, you're not second guessing because you're afraid. You're not second guessing because it wasn't right. I think you're second guessing because your higher self has the reins here and is trying to get you to move in a new kind of direction, because what you were asking for in the past was rooted in past experiences. But the goal of 2022 is to wipe the slate clean so that you're not perpetuating anything more from the past, so that you can truly have a blank slate. And the thing I love about the Three of Wands is it always indicates wealth and prosperity. It always indicates that things are coming to you. It indicates that doors are opening, that people are going to show up, the money's going to show up. Everything is going to show up. That's why this surrendering to the divine here with complete trust is so critical for you, because the question is are you truly in a place where you're ready to receive? I don't know that Scorpio has been in a place to receive lately. I think we talk about it a lot, but I feel like the universe had to pull this focus, right? Because if you're so gung-ho about one path, you're not really truly open. So the universe had to pull your focus, has to get you into this questioning place, has to get you into this place of maybe even a little bit of dissatisfaction, which I don't think is a bad thing here. I think this is a South Node thing. But maybe it had to put you in a state of a little bit of dissatisfaction so that you would be open to truly listening. Remember, this Hierophant is always going to welcome you home with open arms. It's always going to welcome you back to the straight and narrow. And it's never, ever, ever going to judge you. This is the part of you that unconditionally loves you. And I think through February, this is a month of listening. This is a must see, and she's got like a butterfly over her mouth. It's like, this is not a time to talk and use words. This is not a time to explain. It's not a time to conceptualize. It's not a time for anything. It's a time for abstract. It's a time for strangeness. It's a time just for vibes and energy. Because the universe is redirecting your path based on what your higher self is requesting, not what your ego is requesting. And that can be a tough pill to swallow if the only way you can see stuff is with your eyeballs. That's why this Queen of Cups energy is so important, because she's listening. Okay? Let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 30 minutes or so about these cards. Okay, so let's take a look at this Queen of Cups. What else does Scorpio need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Two of Cups, beautiful. We love a Two of Cups, and we love a 10 of Cups. This is what I'm saying about your gratitude. Something that Scorpio doesn't get enough credit for. Your ability to feel and express gratitude, to feel and to express love. Beautiful. Three of Coins. And the Magician in the environment. What else does Scorpio need to know about the environment? Ace of Wands. Love that for the Three of Wands here. We have an Ace of Cups. And the Five of Swords reversed. Interesting. That card rarely comes out reversed with this deck. Okay. At least for me when I shuffle. Alrighty. Now, we're going to take a look at this Two of Wands reversed. So you are reevaluating the things that you ask for. Oh, beautiful Nine of Coins. And the Hanged Man. Definitely going to feel the essence of delays. Now, I'm not saying that, money can't come in and people can't come in. Like, things will still be happening. It's just the clear picture likely cannot be thought of with your mind. It's not something you can wrap your mind around. It is only something you can wrap your heart around. 8 of Coins. Judgment reversed. And 7 of Cups. 6 of Wands. Ooh, another 2 of Cups. 2 of Cups. 4 of Cups. 2 of Coins. I think some of you... Look, I've been talking a lot about materialistic goals lately. We had Venus in Capricorn, and there's nothing wrong, right, with materialistic goals here on this planet, but I'm feeling strong Jupiter and Pisces energy here, where more than anything, what you are requesting, what you are asking for is love. And maybe romantic love, but I think it's more just like love. Like how you want to feel love on a daily basis, to feel and to feel the giving and the receiving of love both. You want the fulfillment and the happiness that comes with that. Queen of Swords, not Ace, Queen of Swords. 3 of Coins, another one, there we go. Oh, I didn't mean to get 2, but we got 2. We have Death and we have a 5 of Cups. I feel like the universe is like, all right, stop messing around, Scorpio. Like, listen up, pay attention. Like, it's literally putting you through this bottleneck, channel here. Like, you're not going to really have a choice. This World card is like pushing a... What is this phrase? Like a camel through the eye of a needle? Another 10 of Cups. We have a Knight of Wands and a 7 of Swords. 10 of Coins reversed. 5 of Coins. 10 of Wands. And the Chariot reversed. The Devil. Justice. 9 of Wands. Oh, I love that 4 of Swords on top of the star. It's definitely with this surrender card. Beautiful Ace of Wands again. Ooh, we have the Moon. What did I say? Right, mystery, dark matter. The path is not clear. Temperance. The Empress. 3 of Cups reversed, and bottom of the deck is the Page of Cups. All right, very interesting reading, Scorpio. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. Thank you so much, you guys. I love you. Have a great month. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Sagittarius, welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Queen of Coins, which is a card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, it's kind of interesting that she's coming out here, and then below it we have a card that says, have faith in your dreams. And we also have a card of patience and planning. Now, The reason why I'm bringing this up is because she is always my card of faith, right? Because I feel that she is my gardener, and she knows planting seeds takes time to grow, to blossom, and eventually to bear fruit. She's never in a rush. She's never trying to force things that simply cannot be forced. She's never in this position of stress or anxiety because she's not, because she has so much faith that what she is working for, so much faith that what she is putting energy into, what she is investing in, will pay back. And this is very different from a Sagittarian energy, right? This is actually a Capricorn card. Sagittarius is a fire sign. It is mutable. It is flexible, changeable. It's always going. There's a quality of, right? We have this athlete card. There's definitely a quality of athleticism with Sagittarius. There's this aspect of power and passion and just sort of motivation and optimism and hope and all of that. But I'm not saying she doesn't have that, but she definitely is a lot quieter about it. And she's sitting down, which with Sagittarius, you are more likely to be up and running around, but she is sitting down and she is relaxed and she is patient. And it would be in your best interest not to judge your circumstances too harshly right now. We have to give you guys some credit for going through that South Node transit the past year and a half. It's a tough transit. South Node is not easy. And sometimes there can be great things that happen, and other times there can be, very despairing things that happen. There can be losses sometimes. There can be significant spiritual lessons that happen. And sometimes, well, not sometimes, but we always, all of us change when we go through significant South Node energies. You're a different person now. You are now, and I look at this Nine of Cups, even though I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I'm looking at this Nine of Cups, and what I see is a person who is reaching deeper levels of gratitude and appreciation, even deeper than what you already feel. Because I know that you, Sagittarius, are a generally grateful and appreciative person. So the fact that you are ramping that part of yourself up, that you are enhancing the already high vibrational parts of you, is such a good omen, especially for this environment card, which says things are moving very, very, very quickly. Can you perceive it? No. Are you seeing evidence of it? Probably not. I mean, hopefully you're getting a few little synchronicities here. Hopefully you're getting a few indicators, but generally speaking, with the Chariot energy, it's not always in your face. It's not always obvious. This sort of upward mobility that you're experiencing, it's not always in the physical plane. Eventually it will catch up. And I think the word eventually is an important word for you guys because of the Queen of Coins, because she is, right, a Capricorn card. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn has a lot to do with things that stand the test of time. There's a timelessness, and we know that you're not wanting to just build fleeting things, right? You're not going to go in and build a business just for it to fall apart next year, right? That's not the point of it. You're not going to go and fall in love with someone just to break up with them, because that's, what's the point of that? You're going to go in to the things that you feel are generally worth these long-term investments, and you're going to be willing to put in the time. And because you are willing, because that's how you're showing up, because you're saying, okay, universe, I will put in the time, I will put in the energy, I will put in the effort. And because you are doing that, the environment is starting to swish around you. The vibrational reality is starting to swish. And I like that word swish because it's a little bit more mystical, right? It's starting to move, and there's some kind of there's momentum that's building. Now, you're also in a very creative mode with the King of Wands here. And actually, before we actually even get to this, I want to talk about this athlete card a little bit. I kind of laughed a little because Sagittarius, you are one of the main athletes in the Zodiac, right? whether it's actual sports or whether it's your mind or your consciousness or whatever kind of wherever you fall. But I love it. And the second sentence here in the light attribute says, development of personal willpower and strength of spirit. And I suspect that some of you have gone through some significant tests lately, at least over the past year and a half with the South Node. You've had some ups and downs, you've had some failures and gains, but it's more about really setting personal bests for yourself at this point. And I think there's this determination that Sagittarius has been, I don't want to say lacking, because I don't think you've been lacking determination, but it hasn't necessarily maybe felt truly inspired. And because we have this third house of messages, we've got third house activation with the sun. And again, you guys, and I'm so sorry for the super late delivery on these readings. Just really having a difficult time the past few weeks health-wise. So yes, the sun is now sitting at 18 degrees of Aquarius and moving into Pisces. But with the third house activation still, the messages that you're receiving, I think that they are kind of revving up your creativity a little bit. And I also am feeling that there's this confrontation within yourself as well. And I'm looking at the Seven of Swords specifically when I'm saying this, that there is this confrontation within yourself regarding how you truly self-express, regarding how you show up creatively in your life. And with this athlete card too, I feel like Sagittarius is finally ready to start taking risks and generally speaking, you're good at taking risks. You're a mutable sign. You're very adaptable. So when things change dramatically, you can often handle it. Whereas fixed energies can kind of feel very shaken. Mutable energies can adapt. But I think you're being asked to show up in a new kind of way here. And this Chiron in the 5th house, which is your house of creativity. I'm sorry, I'm kind of like bouncing around. Let me explain why I'm talking about the 5th house. This is a card of Leo. And while we don't have any planets in Leo per se, we do have Saturn and the sun aspecting by opposition with Leo. And the 5th house, which is the natural house of Leo, has Chiron in it. That's why I'm pulling in Chiron. But I'm getting a sense that there has been enough healing for you that you get to show up in this new kind of way, that you get to develop your products, develop your services, build your businesses, work with your children, work with your spouses, whatever, in a whole new kind of way, because you are a whole new kind of person. It may not feel that way, but I feel that there has been a significant layer that has just been shed, and you have emerged in this more deeply appreciative, more magical kind of way. And not only have you shown up in a more magical kind of way, but you're also ready to create more magic in your life. And magic can be, just kind of making your life more exciting. It could be making more money. It could be, kind of turning the dynamics of a relationship around. I mean, it can be anything really positive, which is something that you want. And I feel that your heart is very full, or it has the ability to be full. And one thing that you have to be conscious of is your choices that you have. Because we all have choices every single day in terms of which thoughts to truly entertain and which emotions to feed. And I'm not saying to run away from the hurt or to run away or suppress or repress or whatever. I'm not saying to do that. But I am saying that if there is an unhelpful emotion that creeps in, you have a choice to say, am I going to truly invest in this emotion, or am I going to invest in something better? And with the Queen of Coins, and this takes huge amounts of self-discipline, and not only self-discipline, but also self-awareness. because very few people are like aware of what they're thinking and feeling while they are thinking and feeling it. This is what sets you apart right now in the world. This is what sets the spiritual track apart from the normal track, whatever we want to call it, right? The awareness. And she's here, like I say, she's here to really play. And with the athlete energy, it's like the game. Like she has shown up full on. She's on the court, fully in her uniform, fully warmed up, ready to play this game. Because it's go time for Sag. I think it really is, because we don't have any planets in Sag right now, right? This is the first time that Sag has been free and clear in a very, very long time. So with the exception of the moon coming through, we don't have Mars in there anymore. We don't have Sag. We don't have Saturn. We don't have Jupiter. We don't have a node. We don't have anything in there. So this is the first time that you're really able to like operate without this like being funneled through some kind of a lens of some kind of a planet. And so you're kind of free and clear here. And I love that with the Chariot, because here he is in the sky, right, in the clouds. He loves to be in the free and clear because it means there's no friction. And there doesn't have to be any friction. And the less friction you feel, the more grateful you can be. And the more grateful you can be, the faster everything is going to blossom. And that's the goal here, is to experience the blossom, or to actually be able to partake of the fruits of your labor. Because otherwise, what's the point? But you're here, you're showing up. And we also have this, it says west, like on the compass, the direction west. And it says above it, completion. I do feel like Sagittarius has come through kind of this rite of passage, and they've kind of come through this portal. Now, I don't always like that word, portal, because it feels very final. But maybe for you, it really does feel that way. It feels like an old chapter is very much done and over with, and the new chapter is really ready to begin. And because you are conscious and willing to really show up in this whole kind of way, right? And not in this broken, traumatized, sad, regretful, resentful way, right? Because you're not doing that. You actually can expect progress quickly. Now, the Four of Coins is an interesting card. From a money perspective, because we do have a lot of second house activity for you. We got Mars, we got Venus, we got Mercury in there. We just had the Venus retrograde. Like, I know you're thinking a lot about money. I mean, how could you not be? I know you're thinking about your money. You're thinking about your spouse's money if you're married. You're thinking about your business's money. And you may be feeling a little like clenchy, right? Like you want to save and preserve. I'm going to tell you one thing to just think about that. I'm not telling you to be stupid with your money, but I'm also not going to tell you to like stick to your budget, because we're talking about faith here. Faith in your dreams, faith in your higher self, faith in the abundant universe, which is hard to do that when you can't see it, when you can't see a way that it's going to come to you, right? We as human beings, we tend to want all the proof first, and then we'll believe it. But what requires us to receive the proof is the belief in the first place. So what I'm sensing is, don't worry so much about the money going out, which will then in turn cause you to worry about where the money coming in is going to come from. Because the way you should maybe think about it is, there is no limit to the amount of money that can come to me. I said this to one other zodiac sign. I can't remember which one. But there is no limit to the amount of money that can come to me. Therefore, why am I so worried about the money going out? Again, not telling you to be stupid, but I'm also not going to tell you to hold back and penny pinch, because when you penny pinch, or when you... Oh, here comes Annie. I'm sorry. Come here, baby girl. When you penny pinch and when you are in that state of restrictedness, you're actually creating a significant level of restriction in your life. And I don't think you need that. I don't think you deserve that. And I don't think that's going to be beneficial for you in any way, shape, or form. So just be conscious of that. Be aware of that. I love the fact that justice is in the center of the reading. Justice is all about balance. And the whole of 2022 being, right, 2 + 2 + 2 = 6. 6 is ruled by Venus. Venus is like the big ruler this year. And we started off with a brutal Venus retrograde transit. Now, when I say brutal, I don't necessarily want to blanket statement saying that it was the most terrible thing and everyone had bad stuff happen. But I do know a lot of people that really struggled with that transit in at least one specific kind of way, that it really showcased a weakness, right? We're talking about withstanding the test of time. And if there's weakness or if there are weak links in something, chances are that Venus retrograde really said, yep, there's the weak link, and you were probably forced to have to do something about it. This is the great equalizer year. And I'm not going to say everything is going to work out perfectly, but at least you're going to exit 2022 with a sense of knowledge about really where you stand with other people, where you stand financially, where you stand emotionally, and where you stand in terms of your relationship with your future. And for that, I think you can rest easy and just keep going, because again, this deepened gratitude, this deepened appreciation is absolutely going to serve you well. Now, this Queen of Swords is because we have a Libra card, and this is another Libra card. So there's a lot of Libra energy. Now, we don't really have any planets. We don't have any planets over in Libra. We do have the Capricorn stuff in a square with Libra. We have Chiron in an opposition. But other than that, we don't really have a lot going on with Libra. But I do sense that this quality of diplomacy, this quality of grace, of aesthetic, like living your life in an aesthetically pleasing way, in a way that is clean and orderly and put together. Like, this is a year, and especially being in Aquarius season. Now, I'm going to tell you something that not a lot of astrologers maybe would tell you, but I actually think Aquarius is the one zodiac sign that gives Virgo a run for its money in terms of its like particularity. Aquarius and Scorpio do not get enough credit for their desire for perfectionism. And I'm sensing that Aquarius season is a time to like really get things in order. Pisces season can be a little bit messy, but we want to start off, especially the Northern Hemisphere, as we enter into Aries season at the end of March. Springtime, right? Again, Northern Hemisphere, guys. Sorry, Southern Hemisphere. But Northern Hemisphere is springtime, and we want to start off with everything put together. We want our budgets done. We want our taxes done. We want our bills to be paid. We want our house cleaned. We want everything to be cleaned out. And I don't know, I'm getting a sense that there's that aspect of you that is just wanting that sense of balance, that's wanting that sense of aesthetic. And because you're kind of showing up to your life in a new kind of way, your environment, now remember, the Queen of Coins, I said she plants the seeds. She can't force the seeds to grow, but she can make sure there's enough, the proper soil. She can make sure there's enough water, and she can make sure that everything's getting enough sunlight. And so your environment is crucial. Not only is your physical environment like your house, but also your emotional state and your psychological state and your physical body as well. So however this applies, and I'm sensing there's going to be a lot of physicality because of this athlete energy. So the physicality of things is going to be very important. So move your body, go to the gym, clean up, all that kind of stuff. Go to the hairdresser, get your new haircut, whatever it is you got to do. Although maybe hold off on that. Just wait till Venus gets out of retrograde, probably. Out of her shadow phase anyway. And allow your life's order to restore itself. Now we have this Page of Swords, which of course I love her because she's got her book in hand. She has her little balloons, which are light bulbs. So there's a lot of new ideas. And with third house energy, with the messages. We definitely love that. And we also have a card that says, think about it. Like, I know your mind is very, very active right now. I don't know how productive thinking about it is really going to be. Let me tell you why. Saturn is in the third house. Saturn in the third house really blocks the mind a lot, and it's going to accentuate small-mindedness. Now, small-mindedness is not a word I almost never, ever, ever use this with Sagittarius, because why would I? You're Jupiterian ruled, right? Small-mindedness is not your gig. So, and yet you are still a human being. And yet you do have your own personal life experiences, and you do have your own projections that you put out there into the universe. So this Saturn through the third house is absolutely going to accentuate your own brand or your own version of small-mindedness. And it's good because now you can get out of your own way. But sometimes that reality is a bit harsh. The reality of where your mind has been simple and where your mind has been limited, because chances are you thought you were right about a lot of stuff. Chances are you thought you were on top of it. Chances are you thought, you knew what you were thinking. You knew what you were doing. Chances are you thought that you were all good. But Saturn has a way of teaching us where we're not good, right? And he has a way of teaching us where we need to do a little bit more work and where we need to exert a little bit more effort. And right now, learning is going to be a huge part of how you really show up here. And learning is going to require a quality of vulnerability, right? You got to get out of your own way here, because it's going to kind of rebuild your mind in a way that can continue to be built upon for the next whole Saturn, till Saturn gets back to the third house again in 28, 29 years. So humble yourself. Be careful of what you say. Be careful of what you are putting out there in the world, because it's possible that you might be wrong about some stuff. Now we have the Hanged Man, which says that you may be in a period of suspension, which is not a surprise given the fact that the Queen of Coins is coming out. Remember, you have to have faith here, but also patience. There is an element of time. You are coming into consciousness with things. Now, the vibrational world around you is swishing. Like I said before, it's all swishing and it's all moving all around, and there's upward mobility and there's a lot of really great things happening. But this Hanged Man says we're in a fixed season right now. We're in Aquarius season. We're finishing out the astrological year as well as we make our way through Pisces. And things may get a little bit weird. Things may fall out of your control. Things may, expose themselves as being unreal or illusions or being something else. And right now, you can't think your way through this. You can't think your way. You can't use your lower mind here. It's just not really going to be that helpful. And the Hanged Man always guarantees that we will come into that higher state of consciousness. But for now, I think it really would be best to focus your attention on those feelings of gratitude and appreciation for what it is you're trying to do. It would be in your best interest to focus on the things that are within your control, which is, how you spend your day, how you're showing up at work, the amount of energy that you're putting into your business or whatever else. Because I look at this Four of Cups reversed. Now, whether this card is upright or reversed, oftentimes it doesn't really make that much of a difference to me. She's still not looking at the rainbow coming out of the cup. Like there are things happening, again, that there's magic going on, but you can't see it. You're blind to it. You can't perceive it with your eyeballs, or any of your senses, rather. When you're being led by your heart here, Nine of Cups, when you're being led by your joy, led by your gratitude, that's all you need to know. That's your indication that you're in the right place. If you are grasping at something, if you are like going into the world and trying to force things to happen and they're not happening, that is your indication to back off a little bit. Just let your goals breathe, right? Hanged man. You can hang yourself up on this tree. Well, she's not really on a tree. She's like in one of those aerial yoga things, but you can hang yourself up there. You can say, okay, universe, I'm going to back off. I'm going to back off on these things a little bit. I'm going to de-stress. I'm not going to force anything. I'm just going to like let everything flow. And see, one of the things that we as human beings do is we say, okay, I'm going to let it flow. I'm going to let it flow. I'm going to let it flow. But then we don't do anything. And then we start panicking because nothing is showing up. And then we like trick ourselves into thinking that our flow is us just like, oh, I'm going to make this phone call and I'm going to hurry up and do this and I'm going to hurry up and do that. And it turns out that you're not in a flow at all. You're afraid of the flow because the flow often means you don't have to do anything. And when you're not doing anything, when you're not busy, when your schedule's not jam-packed with stuff, you tend to feel unproductive or you tend to feel, whatever. And I just want you to know that if you find yourself doing nothing, it's probably a good thing. And it's probably giving this Chariot a lot of room to really, like I say, no friction. No friction, no friction, no friction. Because once you start trying to force things, that's when the friction really starts. Now, you can still be showing up wherever it is you need to show up in your life. You can still show up, but it's very different when you show up empowered versus when you show up in fear and trying to control something. Two totally different energy sets. Okay? All right, now let's go ahead and pull out some comprehensive cards for you guys. Let me make sure I didn't actually put these. Okay, at least they're still in frame. I know Annie kind of messed everything up. She's getting too big for the table now, so I don't know. She's probably not going to be able to join us for many more readings. Queen of Coins. So what else does the universe, does Sagittarius need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? For those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 30 minutes about these cards. Okay, so Queen of Coins. What else? Five of Swords. And the Eight of Cups. And Nine of Swords. Wow. Chariot for the environment. What else does Sagittarius need to know about the environment? Four of Cups, same as right here. The Ace of Cups. And the Nine of Wands. Okay. Now, whoops. Okay. Now we have the King of Wands. Two of Wands. Beautiful. I love that combination there. Ooh, another Queen of Coins and a Two of Coins. Oh, Nine of Cups. Okay, let's... Ooh, okay, well, that's very clear. All right, so we have the Four of Swords, the Hermit, and the King of Cups. Beautiful. Ten of Swords and the Eight of Coins reversed. A lot of swords. Queen of Wands. There you are, Sagittarius, Knight of Wands. Another Eight of Cups. Tower. You're going to have some pretty significant breakthroughs. Another King of Wands, beautiful. Ooh, and an Emperor. Wow, right on top of the Justice card. Ooh, and a Three of Wands. See, I'm telling you, amazing things are coming. Like, so much better than what you can envision. And so much better than what you could have created all on your own. Ten of Wands, Queen of Cups, Page of Coins. Ooh, another Chariot. King of Swords. And the Lovers. Ooh, another Nine of Cups. Six of Wands. Ugh, Wheel of Fortune, amazing. Four of Cups. Two of Swords. Star. Seven of Cups. Oh, the Ten of Cups at the bottom of the deck. This is so exciting. What an amazing set of cards you guys just got. This is going to be an amazing reading. So if you want to join me, you're more than welcome. I hope you do, because I hope that you can feel this coming. It might be hard with all these swords over here, but hopefully this is where the faith really kicks in. So again, link in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. Love you. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Capricorn, welcome to your February 2022 tarot card reading. Let's go ahead and get started with the Queen of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. The feeling I'm really getting, not only from this card actually, but from just the whole reading in general, is that you are in a deep contemplative place, right? A deep contemplation, if I could talk. Where you're just really thinking about your life, thinking about your choices, thinking about how you got here, good or bad. It doesn't matter. It's not that you're sitting there in judgment of yourself, but I do get this feeling that you're looking back to the past. Now, this is a card of Cancer, which of course is the zodiac sign opposite of you, but the Cancerian archetype is a fourth house, the natural fourth house ruler. And we have the fourth house over here, which says roots. So I don't think that you're just like thinking about the superficial choices and the more recent choices of your life. I think you're going way back. And with Chiron in the fourth house, that's a totally normal thing to be doing, since Chiron is all about healing. But you're coming into you're coming into new insights here in terms of why you are the way you are, how you got to be who you are, how you got to this place. And I think that's a good thing for you right now. Because of that Venus retrograde that just happened in Capricorn, right, in your sign against Pluto, I don't know, for me, it was probably like one of the most difficult transits I've ever been through, like in my whole life. It was really hard for me. I'm not going to say it was hard for everybody, but I do know that most people that I've talked to, the majority of people, said that Venus retrograde was it was tough, right? And it really forced you or us or, you as an individual to look deep within yourself. And you had to be honest. You had to be brutally honest with yourself where there were weak links in your life. And we have this addict card over here. I know I'm kind of jumping all around, but we have this addict card. And it says, helps you recognize and confront addictive behavior. And I'm wondering if you're trying to figure out the roots of those addictive behaviors. Now, we all have addictive behaviors, big or small, whether it's like being addicted to coffee or whether it's being addicted to narcissist, right? Whatever the thing is. And maybe that's not the right way to really say that, but you know what I mean. We have these patterns that we tend to return to consistently. And this is a time where Capricorn is afforded the opportunity to say, I don't know that this is really how I ever want my life to go ever again, because Pluto was involved with this Venus retrograde, and Pluto is going to ensure that things truly do come to an end. In the environment position, the Fool is highly supportive of a totally new beginning. It's a supportive of an entirely new kind of journey. And I do feel that this month in general, and also through Pisces season. See, I think Pisces season is going to be a lot happier. It's not going to be perfect, okay, but it will be happier in general. I feel that Aquarius season, Capricorn season, there was this very cold nature to it. And as things start to warm up, as the world starts to wake up, or the Northern Hemisphere rather, starts to wake up to spring a little bit, as the weather starts to improve a little bit, I feel like you're going to be like also coming back alive as well. And there is this feeling, because we have this transformation card, we have this card that says a time for healing. You know, it does indicate to me that this is a time of closure. But not like closure and let it linger on. It's like real closure. Truly closing the door on patterns. Truly closing the door on wounds that had been, you know, we would like to call them subconscious, but I think I question that a little bit. Is it really subconscious or unconscious when there is a conscious element to decisions being made? And I think the fact of the matter is that we've all reached this point, Capricorn especially, because of how hard you've been hit over the years, where you really can't hide from yourself anymore. You can't lie to yourself. You can't cover stuff up from yourself. You never really could anyway, but like you've reached a point where you just don't even want to do that anyway. You want the new beginning. You want the fresh slate. You want the happiness. You want the enthusiasm. You want the big smile on your face and the laughter and the joy, and you want all the good things. And I feel like you're really opening your heart to all the good things, to the real love, to the real happiness, to the real enjoyment of this life. I think one of the things that makes Capricorn energy so difficult, or being born with Capricorn influence so difficult, is there's this tendency to bear this heaviness. But you don't have to do that your whole life. It's not like it's like a curse or anything. It's just a choice. And I feel like this is a moment where you are choosing to move in a new direction that is much, much, much lighter. And your life becomes more simple. Your relationships become easier. They become more free-flowing, if you will. And this Queen of Cups energy is totally ready for it, as is this Queen of Swords, by the way. Because I look at this Queen of Swords. Now, Queen of Swords is a Libra energy, and you've got Libra in your 10th house. So I feel like this Libra quality, this Cancerian quality, which is opposite of you, we have the cups, we have the swords, which is water and air. There is this kind of essence of heart and mind. And I actually see them synchronized. I see them coming into a unified place where your mind is no longer trying to catch up, and your heart is no longer fighting against the mind, and there's no inner battle anymore. Because I don't know that you really have the energy for that at this point, at this juncture in your life. Plus we've got the South Node over in Scorpio, we got the North Node in Taurus. I don't know that anybody has the energy to be in denial or to be lying to themselves about anything, ever. See, the thing about Scorpio is it's very easy to access those inner depths within us. And with the South Node there, we it's like a direct line into the real root of stuff. And when you have that direct line to the root of stuff, you really don't have any excuses. I think Capricorn is truly ready to start living. And I'm not going to say totally overhaul your life. Like, I know that some people have really happy families, and some people have really fantastic careers, and some people have really happy marriages. And I'm not saying that everything is going to be overhauled, but whatever it is in your life, whatever area of your life that you've just continually hit up against so much resistance, which we all have a place in our life where that's the case, I think that this is a month of true release and true letting go and truly saying, you know what, universe or higher self or God, I'm going to stop trying. And I think the relief that comes from this stopping trying is huge sense of relief. And there's the transformation. And we also have this plants card that says growth. So there's transformation, there's growth, there's a time for healing. Fourth house energies, which means you're not just changing, on the surface level with little habits here and there. You're really going into this root cause. And with the Four of Wands, it tells me that you're in a stable place to do that. And it actually is creating even more stability in your life than if you don't do it. Now, will all Capricorns do it? For those of you who are cross-watching, no, not all Capricorns will do it. Because it is a painful process, because it requires you to admit that you're stuck in something. And I think a lot of people have a very difficult time admitting that they didn't have as much self-control as they thought they did. See, the Knight of Coins is a Virgo energy, and there's this quality of industriousness, right? Of application. You learn things, and then you apply the things that you have learned. But this is also a step-by-step process, and it's a one day at a time type of thing. It's a mundane kind of thing. It's like waking up, and instead of drinking that cup of coffee in the morning, maybe you drink your green drink, smoothie or something, right? It's like little choices like that have big, like compound interest type of effects. And I see you focusing on the small things right now, because at least those are the things that are in control. The word addict is a very powerful word. And a lot of us may, shirk at that or reject that or be triggered by that word. First of all, because we're like, but we're not really addicts. I mean, that's, again, it's a very powerful word, and it has a powerful meaning attached to it. But still, like, when we are talking to people who are recovering from, let's say, like an actual substance abuse, okay, we always say, like, one day at a time, right? There's only this 5 minutes in front of you. There's only this 20 minutes in front of you. There's only this hour in front of you. That's it. There's nothing more than that. And this is your opportunity to choose the healthy choices, to choose the choices that bring you to this place of enthusiasm. Because really, I genuinely believe that 2022 is so much about happiness with Jupiter through Pisces. Venus through Capricorn, I think, showed us places where we needed more happiness by showing us the contrast of that, by showing us the harshness of some circumstance in our life. But in order to understand happiness, we had to understand the contrast. So Venus is doing her job here. But as she makes her way through Aquarius and eventually makes her way into Pisces through April, I think April is going to be a really incredible month with a few little it's still my camel hump time, because we've got Neptune, we've got Chiron. So there will be a few little days clumped in there where things are a little bit challenging. But for the most part, March and April are like my happy months for the year. And I think this is going to be a time when we start to feel the release of the grip of this past winter. Again, speaking in Northern Hemisphere terms, I'm sorry, Southern Hemisphere, but we are in winter in the Northern Hemisphere. And then we have this High Priestess reversed. Now, I looked at this card just for you. It's like a message, an envelope just for you. And the High Priestess is here. You're going to be receiving, I don't know, through synchronicities maybe, or actual direct line messages, some kind of, what I'm sensing, the word I'm hearing is encouragement. That there are people out there. Now, I don't see a lot of external people with the exception of the King of Swords. I don't think this is you. I think this is someone else. But there are external people out there who look in on your life, and they really see you, and they really celebrate you, and they really love you, and they really appreciate all that you are capable of doing. And I think there's going to be a lot of external support for Capricorn as they are making these revisions in their life. Some of you are going to have easier revisions. Others of you are going to have very difficult revisions. And for those of you who have more difficult revisions, outside support is going to be really, really, really important. So whether it's a friend, whether it's, a brother or a sister or a mother or a father or anyone else, please lean on them. Please allow them to be supportive, because you're coming into an extraordinary growth phase. This whole year is going to be significant growth for Capricorn. This is really the last year where, I guess technically no, but next year, 2023, we have Pluto moving into Aquarius and then retrograding back into Capricorn and then moving back into Aquarius in 2024. So this is like the last full year that Pluto is in Capricorn. So it's no wonder why there's this transformative energy here this whole year. It's no wonder why you are changing and why you're going through this now. This is preparation, though, for what is yet to come in your life. As Pluto hits Aquarius, there's going to be strong revolutionary energy in your life. And I think you, as just like a big group of people, all the Capricorns, are going to feel a lot more relaxed and going to feel a lot more free. And I think that you have to prepare energetically for that freedom. And so the adjustments that are being made now are essential. Because if you walk into a life where you are totally free, but you're still in a very restricted mind, if you're still rooted, if you're still tethered to certain behaviors and certain thought patterns that are not helpful, then what good is your freedom? You won't even recognize it when you see it. You won't even be able to really appreciate it because you're still going to be trapped in loops. Now, the King of Swords, I feel, is someone, again, an external person, whoever it is, I don't know. This is an Aquarius energy, but it could be another air sign, Libra, Gemini. I really like this person because I think they speak to your logical mind. They speak to your rationale. They speak your language, in other words. But the difference is, this is someone who practices what they preach. And I think in some way, shape, or form, and this is true not just for Capricorn, but for all of us, myself included, there are all things that, we all have certain things that we can talk about and say that we believe, but actually living those things is a totally different story. But that's a part of your alignment process that's happening here, right? You are very clearly coming into this matching where what you say, what you speak, and what you do are all cohesive. They are all working together. This is where real freedom lies, by the way, because there is no falseness. this is where happiness resides because there is no falseness. And I feel like this is someone who's a lot more connected with nature. Someone who is, I'm getting a quality of quiet. They're a very quiet person. Or they enjoy their quiet time. They may have extroverted qualities, but they definitely have introverted qualities. You know, I'm seeing all these animals here. This is someone who just really learns a lot from solitude and being connected with nature in so many different ways. And I feel like they have a high level understanding of life. And when you talk to them, when you bounce ideas off of them, when you have deep, meaningful conversations with them, you always leave feeling uplifted. You always leave feeling better, and you feel better about yourself because in some way, shape, or form, this person, as they speak your language, will often validate what you're thinking and feeling. It will validate your process, but will also hold you accountable. And I think Capricorn likes being held accountable because they're good at that, generally speaking, if it's a positively manifested Capricorn. And they enjoy it when other people hold them accountable because then it gives them like a sense of whether they want to prove that they can do it or whether or not they want to, you know, hold up their end of the bargain, you know, whatever it is. But it's motivation for Capricorn. And I think this person is highly motivating for you. But you have choices, Two of Coins. And I don't think while I don't see a lot of difficult, like really, really, really hard energies in these 9-card block or in this 9-card block, sometimes the Two of Coins can feel extreme because maybe it calls for an extreme action. Like if you're married but you're really unhappy, on the table might be, well, do I leave? And that's not an easy choice. That's definitely not an easy question to answer. But I also know that you know the answer. Because you want this 6 of Wands victory and success. You want your life to be a success. You want your life to be something worth celebrating. Not to say you don't already have please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that your life is this dreary, terrible place. No, like I know there are a lot of things that you're extremely grateful for. Your beautiful homes, for those of you who are in really happy marriages, for those of you who have wonderful kids, who have great jobs, who have been blessed financially. Like I know you have gratitude for all of those things. I know you have that gratitude. And I know you have the gratitude for the divine plan. And you have gratitude for the pathway or the journey, if you will. I know you have that. But I also am sensing that you're shedding your skin. And there's a new wave of expansion in store for you. And right now, shedding the skin can be a really difficult process. Essential, but difficult. And so you go through it, though, knowing, 3 of Wands, that your ships are coming in. There's a lot of faith, and this was a big reading, a big part of the Sagittarius reading as well. Why do I say that? First of all, because a lot of you are Vedic Sagittarians. Second of all, because you have Sag in the 12th house, which has a lot to do with your kind of subconscious realms. So, like, faith that the ships are coming in, faith that the tides are turning, faith that things are truly changing, faith that these little mundane, minuscule, seemingly insignificant changes, faith that they will actually have a huge impact in 5, 10, 20 years. Okay, that's the thing about this Knight of Coins is we can never look at the Knight of Coins energy in a short term. Because in a short term, it's just like, oh, like it's not going to really make that big of a difference. But over the long haul, right? Let's say this is like managing your money. Okay, like, well, over the period of a week, managing your money for a week might not really be that big of a deal or have that big of an impact. Managing your money every week for 5 years has a really big impact, you know? So that's the nature of the Knight of Coins. Like we can't underestimate the power of the small increments. But your ships are coming in. I know you have faith that they are. You may be running out of patience a little bit, but you're hung up here in this Hanged Man energy specifically because you're needing to untether yourself from these rooted patterns and behaviors that have hindered or restricted your growth for however long. At least since 2008 when Pluto entered Capricorn. It's been a long time. We're ready for something new. We're ready for a change. And believe me, we are going to feel that Pluto transit. We all will feel it. Okay, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 30 minutes about these cards. So let's take a look here with the Queen of Cups. What else does Capricorn need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? What does the universe need from Capricorn? Ace of Swords. Four of Swords. Seven of Wands reversed. Five of Wands reversed. For the environment, this is the environment position, remember. Five of Wands reversed, Nine of Cups. Now, when I say the environment, this could be both your physical environment and your vibrational environment as well. I think I'm going to start clarifying that a little bit better. And a Ten of Swords. Okay. Now, let's start clarifying with the Queen of Swords. Ooh, another Three of Wands. We love that. It's a card of wealth and prosperity, okay? Three of Wands is one of the best cards to get. Sometimes it just means you have to wait a little bit, but I don't know. I think you're totally cool with waiting as long as you know or have faith that things will turn around, right? Your finances will improve, your health will improve, your relationships will get better, your children, whatever you've got going on. Got Nine of Coins, beautiful. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of gold on those ships, let me tell you. A lot of gold. Four of Wands. Page of Swords. Page of Coins and Justice. Beautiful. Oh, hold on, I fell on the floor. Hermit reversed. Death. High Priestess. Page of Cups reversed. Nine of Cups and the Emperor has been kind of sneaking in here a lot this month. Hanged Man. Ooh, High Priestess again. Four of Wands again. Hanged Man again. Eight of Coins. I feel like this King of Swords is a little bit of a guide. Please do not mistake them for being someone who's trying to tell you what to do. They're here just to guide you, sending you a message. Ten of Swords. Ooh, let's do one more for that. it's kind of that King of Swords, whoever it is definitely going to be playing a big role in your evolution here. So we have King of Coins reversed. Eight of Coins reversed. Strength. We talk about faith and then we get the Sagittarius card. Well, there we go. Four of Cups, Ace of Wands, beautiful. Beautiful. And the Eight of Swords reversed, or upright. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, that link will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. I wish you an amazing February, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.